What? How's it going, folks? How's it going? What are we doing today? Man, there's been a lot of news. Covered a lot of it in the midweek. But man, there's been a lot of news. Sort of a background replacement. Get that whole Starfield and Baldur's Gate going again. I kind of like that one. You know what? I actually like this one as well. Final Fantasy 14. That works for me. Pull this down. Hey, Taz, Xbox Lord Chaos. Steve. How's it going, folks? We've got a lot of news to discuss today. A lot. Let's see how it's all going to turn out. But as you've already seen, we're going to be covering originally this post right here because I think this one is pretty important, right? We've covered it in a video, and I think it's worth acknowledging that there's been a lot of time placed into Starfield. And for those people that were saying that there is no hope for this game, it's a momentous flop, 13 million players. I wonder if we get a round table with Activision and Blizzard early next year. Probably might not be early. I suspect it's going to be. It might be within the first quarter, but I wouldn't keep my hopes up. I think they're still kind of settling in. They've only just announced that they're having the whole roundup change, and there's still certain people from ABK that are still kind of going to be there for support before they move out, like Lulu, who's moving out Jan 31st. So it's interesting. Bonaya, are you referring to the PS Plus going to cloud and PC? But this is great, right? I think this is absolutely great. And, you know, they're just, again, here reiterating how they're going to be bringing loads of content and support. Good stuff. So I know a lot of you, well, some of you at least, have been curious about the whole FTC trial. So I found a few pieces from Florian that has been going on. So I thought we'd go through this a little bit because the FTC still isn't giving up on abolishing the ABK merger. They are still there. They are still trying. And they are still going on the basis that their preliminary injunction was incorrectly denied by Judge Jacqueline Scott. I'm not joking. They basically said that the ruling by Judge Jacqueline Scott Corley was in fact incorrect, and it was falsely rejected, because the way the FTC see this going is that if there is a chance that Microsoft can do this, that injunction should have been applied. So this is basically saying on your wedding day, if there's even a sliver of chance that one day for the rest of your life that you may commit adultery, even though you're saying you're not, you should not get married. As ludicrous as that sounds, that's the requirement that the FTC is trying to impose. Is there any legalities that's holding them from releasing anything on Game Pass? Nah, there isn't. It's just ABK. So Microsoft wanted to move in earlier, and Bobby Kotick said no. Until things are finalized, you're not coming in and doing anything, looking at anything, creating servers to put these games on. You're not doing none of that. You're not looking at any of our trade secrets, because this deal could fall through. And as far as Bobby Kotick was concerned, even if the deal fell through, there was another buyer waiting to take Activision Blizzard, so it just meant free money for them, right? So Microsoft didn't have the luxury they had with ZeniMax, where they moved in, much earlier to actually start all that work to get the games onto Game Pass. Unfortunately, with with ABK, all the work started after the merger went through. And even then, they're having to deal with that and all the placing of the staff and reorganization of people in place. So it's a messy time at the moment, especially this close to the end of the year. So it's just a culmination of Bobby Kotick, bad timing, and reorganization. Hey, Froggy Right, pissed. I'm going to say pissed for that. Elam, Kevin Gross, how's it going? He's out on the 29th of December. It was supposed to be the 31st, but they're getting rid of him 2 days before. And a Merry Christmas to you, Froggy. Merry Christmas to you. I do try, pissed. I do try. But as you can see here, the gamer's lawsuit will not go to trial on February the 5th, which is when it was supposed to go, but instead it's being pushed out until the Ninth Circuit decision on the PI appeal first. Now, there is almost no chance that the FTC is going to win this appeal, and hopefully that will be enough for them to just piss off. But knowing the FTC, they're going to be like rabid dogs, and considering, Lena has the backing of Biden, I just don't ever see her letting this go. Devastator. I'm playing Dragon Quest Monsters Dark Prince. Nice. Good game. Good game. Bucks, why did you retract your statement? I didn't even get to read it. Can't be soon enough. The FTC can, they can basically continuously cause a headache, right? They're just that, like that annoying gnat that won't go away. That's going to be from what I've seen, I don't see Biden winning anytime soon. So once he goes out, the FTC goes out with them, and a new administration comes in with new FTC. And, at that point, if the opposing side win, I know they are pro-business, pro-Microsoft. The FTC will kindly step down their wasting of money and leave Microsoft alone. And at that point is when the gloves are really going to come off. That's when you're going to see Microsoft going to do the big business. Pretty much, Brandon. As you can see here, the FTC says the Ubisoft was not yet known to be the buyer of ABK's cloud streaming rights when Microsoft and ABK negotiated. So what the FTC is saying here, we didn't know about the Ubisoft deal. Microsoft went and done that with the CMA, but they didn't tell us anything. We want to know too, just so we can either approve it or decline it. But, we want to know too. They didn't come and tell us, is basically what the FTC is saying. And so they've got this discovery phase going on. And as you can see here, after reviewing Microsoft's rolling document productions, it became clear to complaint counsel that Ubisoft was not known to be the buyer of Activision's cloud streaming rights at the time negotiations to extend the termination date for the transaction took place. So the FTC is now very upset that they got basically ignored. But in all fairness, they kind of deserved being ignored. What terms were being proposed between Microsoft and Ubisoft but did not make it into the actual set of agreements, which is apparently a set of interrelated contracts? Who instead of Ubisoft? So basically what this one over here means, who instead of Ubisoft might become the buyer. The Microsoft didn't give the FTC a chance for them to suggest someone that could buy the online rights when the FTC lost. Why would they go to the FTC? It makes no sense, right? And they want to know what the negotiations of the deal extension is, including what are Sony getting out of this deal. They made it very clear that they wanted to see the documental contracts of what Sony signed when they agreed to this deal to have Call of Duty. So, as you can see, the FTC is still high and mighty trying to protect their PlayStation, just like the rest of the media right now, right? Their integrity. I mean, the one good thing about this Insomniac hacking is the fact that everyone, the whole gaming world, got to see who's being paid or who is a full-on shill for PlayStation and who actually has journalistic integrity. Those that reported on the details, that provided the news, those people you can rely on. Anyone that stood back are clearly inside, in one way or another, Sony's pocket. Hey, Sanchezmtz Gaming, how's it going? A like from the UK group, love the channel. Hey, Wayne's World, thank you so much. Elam, your message retracted. Why would you do that? Why are they still on this thing? Because they want to show that they're relevant, and I'm guessing Biden is still telling her to pursue it because in the end he gives the final authority, right? He nominates these people, the people in the FTC. He used to work for Ubisoft for 12 years. That was enough. I can imagine, dude. Because I wonder if the FTC will go after Sony just because they want a W that badly. Considering they're still in court right now protecting Sony, I don't see it. The CMA is going after Sony. They're going after Sony real bad. But the FTC? Nah. The FTC won't do it. And as you can see here, what is the FTC trying to achieve with this? The agreement between Microsoft and Ubisoft must have been a good, otherwise the CMA would not have approved the merger. No, the CMA, right? Let's make this 100% clear. As you saw in their statement, the CMA basically turned around that they were the only regulator in the world to make Microsoft bend the knee. That is what they wanted. That's the statement that the CMA was going after. They couldn't give two whatsits about the merger, about ABK, about anything. The CMA didn't give two shits about them. And to this day, the CMA still doesn't care. All the CMA wanted, now that they are independent and not part of the EU conglomerate, and they are their own independent institution, they wanted to come out in a big case like this with a bang to say, hey, look, all the other regulators bent the knee, but we did not. And that's exactly what they put down in their final speech, in their final presentation. I mean, it was there, literally written, that they were the only regulator to make this happen. Do you think the judge will force Microsoft to share information or just in part? It's possible that Microsoft will have to provide some more information. They will. But there's nothing to hide, and the document indicates Microsoft would have been willing to reach a compromise. So it's a bit stupid that the FTC is still going after Microsoft, but I think especially if Biden's administration gets thrown out, the next administration that comes in is clearly going to say, Lena, see you later, biatch, and then kick her out. This is to do with the Microsoft merger with ABK. Unlike the rest of the world and everyone else that has tried to move on from the 2-year ordeal that was Microsoft and ABK, the FTC is still going for it. Still at it. They're just not giving up. They were hurt too badly. So, we've got this statement, right? My heart goes out to all the employees of Insomniac Games in this difficult time. Who died? I don't mean to sound insensitive. I get it. People got hacked. Details got released. I've been hacked numerous times with my bank details from people from Russia, Ukraine, Latvia. I don't know how they get my details, but there you go. Right? It's happened. But who died? I believe you will pull through this. Hang strong. I get it. They were hacked. Get a better security system. Better yet, employ the people that hacked you so you can plug up your holes. I don't know. It's awful what happened. I think you can say that. But to go so far as sounding like someone actually died, I think is a bit much. But, you know, the Wolverine movie was leaked and the official release was the commercial flop. I'm afraid history will repeat itself with this Wolverine game. But this is a Xbox centric dude. This is the Xbox centric dude. I mean, I'm seeing loads of people saying this, and even I said, you know, it's sad what's happened, and moving on. All right. So a lot of people have been saying that Sony's profits have been, you know, insanely good, and we've actually got some documents now that may have been. I think these are actual legit documents, not leaked, but these documents actually paint a very, very different picture to what is going on at Sony. So as you can see here, their revenue, they made in 2022 a lot of revenue, right? That's 7 billion, right? 7,836,812,000, right? So that's what that is. Have I thought about a collab with other Xbox creators? Why not? I have thought about it. I've reached out to a few. If they want to, I mean, I've put the seed out there. If they want to take it, they'll take it. I was in stream last night. MBG, my God, that guy's a joke, isn't he? We're going to cover some of his Copium later today as well. But you can see here, right? You can see here. That's how much money they made. They made. But that was their profit. 782 million. That's their profit. A year later, they actually made 1.3 billion more in revenue, but actually made less than half in profit. I mean, they need the Xbox console to maintain first party. Right? That there paints everything. Despite making record revenue over here. Yes? Yes? Oh, wait, that's the actual door. Someone else can get that. But, you know, despite making 1.4 billion extra, this is crazy, right? They've made less than half. That was their profits for 2023. I think that's actually quite insane. And as we can see here, Sony Interactive Europe Limited, this is what their financial assets are worth. So in 2022, you've got their fixed assets, tangible assets, property and everything, property investment, inventories. You can see that, you know, it's just way higher. And yet, their net current assets are worth half in 2023. And their total assets less current liabilities is still less than 20. So they're losing money. And it's because of these big AAA productions that they're doing. And no one is buying their games. Well, I wouldn't say no one, but not enough is buying their games. And don't forget, like I said in my video, for those of you that go out and buy the secondhand copies of the game, the company gets nothing from that. I see a lot of people walking out with like, from posting on X with their GameStop or secondhand games with their stickers on there saying, look, I support the devs by buying this. You're not supporting the devs. You're actually supporting the shop you bought it from. None of that proceeds go towards the developers. I mean, towards the publisher. What goes towards the publisher is day one purchases, retail purchases. You buy a game secondhand, the publisher gets nothing. It doesn't even count as a statistic that you bought the game. And that's another thing. How many of these numbers are we seeing that the actual PlayStation are presenting? I mean, even all developers, right? All publishers. How many of these are based on retail purchases or second-hand purchases or games that are just borrowed? I could borrow my copy of Spider-Man 5 to my brother. It will appear on his PS5. He may count as a user towards their metric of how many people are playing. But in the end, he didn't pay a single dime. He just took my copy of the game. That doesn't count towards any of the Sony profits or towards Spider-Man breaking even. I support my pockets of 100 pound games. Hey, I know I'm talking nonsense here, but why can't they just back in time of the PS3 era where J. Cola is because there's two reasons. Let me just catch up with what everyone else is saying, and I'll get to that because there's a wait, why isn't this okay? There we go. Did you see the Marvel contracts there? Yep. If you've watched my video anime, you'll see it. It's all in there. That is big. PC handheld market is growing. iGPUs became faster and PS. Hey, eGPUs are ridiculous. Sony Pornhub subscribers always rant about going. Yeah, every single issue PlayStation tries to copy Xbox. Yeah. All right. So let me get to your point, J. Cola. Back in the PS2 days and the PS3 days, people kind of expected a certain level of quality, right? They were happy with the God of War 1 to 3 collection style of games. They were happy with the Crash Bandicoots. They were happy with the Zone of the Enders, Metal Gear Solids. Those sorts of games were fun, enjoyable, and didn't break the bank. Come the PS4, they started to move into that Uncharted area where they started to kind of push the boundaries and deliver those cinematic experiences. And people took a real liking to that. And anyone that generally watched that was blown away by the visuals, the cinematics, the cutscenes, the storytelling. And that's when Sony started to gain their popularity. So this started to work. So they started investing in this direction more. And so they released more games. And then they got to The Last of Us. And then they pushed more because people were loving these and investing in these. But back in the PS2 and back in the PS3 and PS4 days, the tech wasn't there for them to spiral out of control when it came to financial costs. You know, they didn't have to push the graphics that far because the hardware was absolutely limited. It wasn't like a PC game where you could develop for the latest spec and you had to push it to its absolute limit. Consoles were always limited. But as the consoles have improved, so has the graphical fidelity and the requirements and the desires to be better and look better and maintain that 60 FPS and still perform to that high standard, and then bring in motion capture and make sure everything is voiced, motion captured, and everything else. That balloons the cost of everything. But because of that, the smaller titles that used to be fun and engaging slowly disappeared, like, you know, the likes of Resistance. What's that Second Son game? Something? I forgot it now. It was on the tip of my tongue. But they disappeared because they're not bringing in money. And as we saw with Ratchet and Clank, if it wasn't for the PC release, it would have flopped. Infamous, that's it. But if it wasn't for the PC release of Ratchet and Clank would have flopped. That's, you know, that's already been evident. And it's because of this reason. Like, you see, I watched a clip of MBG talking about the old God of Wars and saying how the new God of Wars are a revolution apart and that the old God of Wars would never have stood the test of time. I think they would. I think they would, because the old God of Wars were a different game entirely. What we have now is literally a story-driven, narrative-driven walking simulator with combat parts. Don't get me wrong, I will always say this. I enjoy those games. I buy those games, I enjoy them. I know they're not for everyone. That's clearly evident by the fact that Spider-Man yet hasn't even broken even. But, you know, I think you can tell a good story without it being in this form as well. We've seen that multiple times. Hell, we've had amazing stories with games like Grandia. Graphics doesn't make a game at the end of the day. It's the story and the gameplay. You have both of those. The graphics is the cream. Chaos, on a different note, I'm glad you got a new mic, as I've got an older sound system which fades in and out due to noise cancelling mics. So now I can enjoy your vids, mate. Awesome, dude. Nice. MBG last week going third party. This week I played shit. Pretty much. But Joe Blogs, happy you're enjoying the new mic and the new camera. If you've noticed, it's 60 FPS now from the old 30 FPS. So steps up in the right direction. Sony's games have evolved into interactive movies. Spider-Man 2 is a 65 million games attached to a 250 million movie, 7 hours of cutscenes. Yeah. But the thing is, Edward, people enjoy that. People want that. And there's nothing wrong with that. It might not be for you. It might not be for me. It might not be for other people. But clearly there are people out there. The only problem they're having right now, especially with these egregious contracts by Marvel, because Marvel know that they can dictate all sorts of things, it's they need to sell a lot of copies to break even. And so not releasing on PC day and date, to me, is a dumb decision. Sony is so fixated on selling consoles that it can't see the potential money it's losing by not putting games day and date on PC. Look, if they release their games day and date on PC, it's going to cannibalize the PlayStation 5. No two ways about it. But at the same time, they will be double dipping into that market. And they will be making a lot more money. I just don't understand why they can't see this. From the UK, London. The costs are out of control, Edward, because of everything that goes into them. I bought a PS5 recently. I slightly regret it because I'm a Microsoft shill and Xbox console sales are down. But almost all of my software buys are secondhand. And again, there's nothing wrong with buying secondhand games, but this is what hurts publishers, right? This is what hurts them because they're making absolutely zero on that sale. So if 6 million people went and bought a secondhand copy of Spider-Man 2, and only 6 million people paid for the game, I'm just giving an example here, that would be 12 million players, but there's only 6 million worth of revenue that's coming in. Therefore, 6 million people who have the game legitimately have got the game without providing a single dime to Sony. And at that point, you ask yourself, what's the difference between doing that and getting the game, other scrupulous ways? If Sony isn't getting the money at all, it starts to get into really muddy waters. But this is why, companies want to get rid of secondhand market. They want to they want to make games purchased digital only so they can get rid of this whole physical thing. So anyone that buys the game has to buy it from the store. Therefore, all the proceeds, no matter how cheap or discounted it is, go to Sony. PlayStation has gotten almost nothing from me. I will never buy software from PlayStation Store. I buy. As long as it depends on the game. I mean, I don't buy a lot of games because I just don't get a lot of time to play as much as I used to. I mean, at the end of the day, I've got 5 kids. I've got a full-time job that's not YouTube. I mean, if YouTube was providing me with enough to actually make this my full-time job, then I probably would have a little bit more time. But that aside, I've got a full-time job that's a 40-hour week. Most of the time, it's about 50 hours. Then I've got like the 2 YouTube channels that I'm running. Well, one is on life support. This one is my main one at the moment. And, with the streams and, a little bit of outside life that I do like to have, time is limited. So when I do play a game, it's I cherry pick the ones that I really want to play. I buy a lot of games, I just haven't got around to playing them. My brother recently purchased me a PS5 for Christmas and said you can have it early, and I said I appreciate it, but no thanks, please give it to my niece. There's some good games on the PS5, Wayneswell. But good on you giving it to your niece, though. From what I've been reading, Xbox beat the Switch in terms of sales in North America and kept pace in other regions for November. Well, not in Europe. I think was it in Europe? They might have. I think it was in Europe. Was it? I'm not sure. I know Europe, they were down hard. Sony killed it in October, November. But yeah, during the Black Friday month, Xbox probably had the best sales. I think it was like 650,000 units that they sold in America, which was just above the Switch. So it shows that if the price is right, people will buy. I'll probably get Spider-Man 2 when it goes on sale on Steam Epic sale for $25. You know what? I think that's not too bad. PlayStation Plus add free movies will not get me to subscribe, add more games. I mean, do you remember when Microsoft with the Xbox One came out saying, hey, we're going to do movies and TV shows and all this and games, and everyone crucified them? Sony now comes out, we're doing movies, and no one bats an eye. Just saying. The last time I played on PlayStation was on PS2 era. Hey, the PS2 was a great machine. Say what you will about Sony, but the PS2 was a great machine. That was a goat. That was an amazing machine. The games on there were just too good. My Xbox backlog has grown so large that there is no point in me buying. That's the problem, Edward. I keep getting games and I don't have time to play them. Like I started I'm still playing through Starfield. Gonna be playing through that for a long time. I'm hoping to finish. I might have to fast track it to finish it at least once through to see the ending before the DLC comes out. So just need the confirmation of when that is, because I do want to start the DLC day one. But so many Xbox games that I've started but haven't finished. Same on PlayStation. So many I've started and not finished. Same on Nintendo. Just going through those games of my backlog is going to be crazy. Like, I remember on Final Fantasy VII Remake, they released the Yuffie DLC. I bought it day one. Still haven't played it. It's a 4-hour DLC, but I still haven't played it. Thanks to the backlog is growing so large. I can predict it that indie and AA games like Sea of Stars will be more popular than AAA games, in my opinion. Maybe. I think they're different. And I also think those games are judged different as well. If you see a game that's had, 400 million invested in it, you kind of have a different expectation level for that game. If you see a game that's had 10 million invested into it, your expectation levels are different, right? Your acceptance requirements are way lower. And then it has an even easier chance to surprise you and be better. We need the new Super Chat goal so we can make you play something else, guys. I was supposed to do that, but my PC actually completely balked today. Like, it died. I have no idea what was wrong with it. It took me 3-4 hours through just stripping everything to try and fix it. I was almost on the verge of formatting my PC to try and get it to work because I thought there was a virus on there, but it wasn't a virus. Basically, my Windows cursor, no matter wherever my mouse went, just kept on scrolling down. Even if I unplugged the mouse, it was still scrolling down. It was just something to do with Windows itself. I don't know what it was. I stripped everything down to the without the CPU being stripped because I'm not touching that. That's a ball ache. Disconnected everything and just put everything back together one by one. Took a few hours, trial and error. In the end, it was it was one of the simplest of solutions that I should have tried first. Delete the goddamn drivers. Why didn't I delete the goddamn drivers? If I deleted the drivers, I would have saved 3 hours of my life. But my niece may enjoy it a bit more when she's young. I mean, she's at least gonna enjoy Astrobot, right? That's really fun. Xbox One was so far ahead of its time, but Matrick was terrible. Mate, Don Matrick is like the king of losers. That guy literally goes to places to shut it down. He's like the reaper of companies. I recently stumbled upon 2 Xbox Ones for $80. Still a steal, has full functionality and Game Pass like Xbox Series consoles do. And the good thing about those Xbox One consoles is that they can use the cloud. So they can play everything that the current generation consoles can. And I think that's another place where Microsoft is losing, console sales. Because if it's first-party games that you're looking for, and only first-party games, and even certain third-party games that are on the cloud as well, you don't need to upgrade. I beat Final Fantasy Remake on PC. Oh yeah, I'll be on PS5. Good game. I enjoyed it. Wait. Taz Chaos needs to finish Kong before starting something new. Hey, I'm on the last level, for God's sake. I think I've played enough of that. Halo is great. I don't need to play Kong anymore. Leave me alone with Kong. Everyone lost with that game. Hey, I even lost subs with that game. I think Asus and Valve did agreement with AMD to block Intel to not use their processors for handhelds. AMD really hates the competition. I don't think there was any... Of course Steve's going to come out of the woodworks. I don't think Asus and Valve did that. I just think AMD just has a longer history in supporting mobile graphics cards. I think that's really it. And they're cheaper, I'm guessing. If you want to keep your handhelds at a cheaper rate, you go with the cheaper option. It might not always be the best, but if the Steam Deck had an Intel chip in there, it probably would have been around 700 quid. And they wouldn't have been able to hit that 450 price point. Go away. I mean, this guy, this pony here, who says he's not a pony, but he's actually a pony. He literally decided to write an essay on why Game Pass is bad. This is a whole essay on why Game Pass is bad. And we all know from information that Game Pass costs an average of $1 billion per year content for Microsoft. Right? But we also know that they made roughly about 3-4 billion. So he started saying, where's your source? I wonder if he replied to me. So Peter Ovo actually gave him a source, and he started moving the goalposts and saying, no, that's not right. That's not right. Where's my... I actually posted, but I guess it's not here anymore. Wait, did he hide it? Who knows? Whatever. Like, Can you imagine going to this length to basically write Xbox Game Pass bad? You need to be pretty special, is all I'm saying. Apparently, Hyped and Unleashed are getting very excited about Wolverine. Wolverine pre-alpha build, 3 years still work remaining, versus Starfield. They're back at it, boys. They are back at it. They're talking about Starfield again. Let's go. It didn't take long. I pray that Xbox won't end up like Sony greed in the far future where PlayStation's no more. And PlayStation will survive. They're not going anywhere. They will downsize if they need to, but they're not going anywhere. Game Pass is bad is like saying Netflix is bad for consumers. We do actually have a real world, comparison with Sony and, what happened to them with their sales. I'm not sure if you've all heard about the situation with Horizon Forbidden West. Have you? But as you can see here, he's saying like, oh, look, Xbox can never compete with PlayStation quality. Insomniac Games targeting Hellblade 2 like photorealism. They're looking at the fact that they're looking at Hellblade 2, an Xbox game, completely throws out his Copium right here. That's pure Copium. No, it isn't, Edward. So Horizon Forbidden West actually did really well for Sony. They had year one projections, which they met very easily. And then they went to their year two projections. And in year two, they put the game on PS Plus. They did not see any real increase in subscriptions in year two. But the sales of the game flatlined instantly. Anyone that was on the fence about playing it basically jumped ship buying it and just downloaded it for free. So that's the side effect of things. They can sell Horizon in bundles. It's still going to be all that profit is still going to Sony, right? And you also have to ask, why isn't Microsoft doing that more? But this is a newer structure. Man, I remember, I think it was about 7-8 months ago, I actually made a list of all the consoles or platforms I've ever owned. There wasn't enough characters on Twitter to actually allow me to fit everything. It was quite scary when I actually saw how bad it was. Sony are greedy and anti-consumer, but I wouldn't want them to go away. Absolutely not. Competition is good. Without the competition from Sony, Xbox will just continue to be complacent. And we don't want them to be complacent. Digital gaming has made gaming much more consumer friendly and accessible. But we want to start seeing, that discount, right? We want to start seeing that cost passed over to the consumers as well. Like, for example, Alan Wake 2. It was, I think, £60 on Xbox Series X, £60 on PlayStation, £50 on PC. Because I've got a powerful enough PC and I've got access to GeForce now, I bought it on PC. Like, at the end of the day, I'm going to go to where, because I've got access to all the platforms, I'm going to go to wherever it's cheapest, right? So I don't understand why PC can get the games cheaper, even though they have the same margin, when it comes to that 30-70 split. And consoles have to pay more. It's just weird to me. I think they need to get that, and if they need to fix that. If I'm paying £70 for a physical product, for a digital license that has no resale value, should cost me $60. That's the way I see it. Hey, Blunted, how's it going? Diablo, how's it going? Some of the games I love when that live, guess what? I will buy for it, Game Pass discount. That's just to go show that I am very... Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I've done that as well. Hey, Remy, welcome back. Sony needs Xbox, Xbox needs Sony. Gaming is better when two are trying to outdo each other. See, Edward, I see what you say there, but I think you kind of got it wrong. Well, not wrong, but you missed out a crucial point there. There's one thing that you missed out that is really, really crucial. So you said Sony needs Xbox and Xbox needs Sony. Nintendo needs no one. They can get by perfectly fine all on their... I don't know how Nintendo does it, man. I don't know how Nintendo does it. I just don't. I don't. Rabbi, I am doing well. How are you? I've got over 100 PC games that were free, mostly from Epic Games. And yes, why is it more expensive on Play? It's the console tax, right? You can't buy PC games in a shop. And one of the few things that happened when digital started coming through and becoming more mainstream on consoles was that shops started to argue that having the games cheaper digitally on consoles would cannibalize sales in shops. Believe me, Des, if they could actually regulate that, there would be. But there is no way to regulate it. There's just no way to actually regulate it. Nintendo is the unicorn of the gaming world. They are. Nintendo, look, this is how it goes, right? They're in a board meeting and Nintendo, all the execs of Nintendo sit around like this. Oh, our sales are down by 5%. What are we going to do? Our sales are down by 5%. And they're like, quick, brainstorm something. How can we make it? How can we make that 5%? And then someone turns around and goes, we could make a really high profile AAA. Get out. Next. We could release a red Nintendo Switch and call it the Mario Red. I mean, all it is just a red Switch, but they don't know. And all we got to do is add the Mario name to it. Fast forward 3 months. The Mario Red Switch has sold out, records breaking. Everyone is buying the limited edition Mario Switch. Or do you know what? Put an M on the Switch. And records broken again because Mario Switch has sold out again. That's it. That's all Nintendo has to do. Where do I go to get someone to build my PC? I'm afraid I get spy on. Too dumb to build. In the UK, PC specialists are really good. You can actually give them a call, give them your specification, and talk it through, and they'll pretty much build it to exactly how you want. And they're actually really good when it comes to prices as well. And no, I'm not sponsored by them. I just think the work that they do is really good. Wolverine can come to new Xbox version and crossplay. Nope. Wolverine will be PlayStation exclusive and it will only work on PlayStation and PC. It will never come to Xbox. Crackerjacks. How's it going? Nintendo does what Nintendo does best. Give fun games to play when everyone else fights. Services subscriptions are only bad if you can't make them valuable. Look, this is what I've always said. Everyone turns around and tells me, oh, what are you playing on Game Pass? There's no games. Right? So I've played. Okay, look, I'm not going to count Starfield because I actually paid out of the bucket for Starfield. Not only did I pay for the £30 upgrade digital, I actually went and bought the £250. Thank you, Seth, for sorting that out for me. Yeah, I know you're in chat, but yeah, thanks a lot for that, dude, because I appreciate it. I actually bought the £250 bundle with the actual watch and everything. Love my watch. It still works. Sucks for those people that it doesn't. It's Bethesda. But, you know, so I'm not going to count Starfield, but I've played at least, 4 or 5 indie games to completion. And I've played, I'm in the process of playing Gotham Knights. I've played a couple of other games on there that are worth enough. Like, I've made my money on there. Anything that I played, from I'd say March onwards was free. And that's the mentality I go with. 2 games is all it takes, and the rest is free. The only thing that I don't like that Microsoft is not letting me do is pay for the yearly subscription up front. That's all I want to do. Give me the option to pay my £130 up front. They still won't allow us to do that. I'm not sure if they do in the US, but here in the UK, I can only pay like 6 months in advance, and I don't like that. Microsoft has COD on Minecraft, so they've made Game Pass valuable. Yeah. I mean, I've not played a COD forever, right? The last one I played, I think, like, I paid money for. I actually went to the store, queued up, almost got mugged and attacked and murdered, was for Modern Warfare 2. Which is ironic because we're talking about Modern Warfare 3. But I'm talking back in, I think, the 360 days. And it was a rough night. There were so many people getting mugged. They had to call the police down and everything just to escort people to their cars. It was not a pleasant night. And I'll never do that again. But that game was so bad, and so I had such a bad time, I kind of dropped off COD. Now, I did try some of like the weekend betas that they did, and they were okay. And I did try some of the betas that they were doing previously, and I had an okay time. But it wasn't enough for me to say I'm going to buy it. But if it comes on Game Pass, I'll at least play the campaigns. And if I enjoy the multiplayer, happy days. But at least I'll get to play the campaigns now, something I haven't been able to do for a while. Because I just don't think it was worth the money. But nobody only owns a Switch. It's kind of a sidekick system. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised, Jason. You'll be surprised. I don't know many people that only own a Switch, but I do know a couple. They've just got no interest in the games that Xbox and Sony release. All they want to play is Pikmin, Mario, and Splatoon. Those are literally their only interest. And being handheld as well helps. I think if Microsoft could release a handheld console that could actually work with native downloads for the current gen, I think Microsoft would enter a really, really niche market that has the potential to grow quite rapidly. I know they've got it with the Asus ROG where you can download Game Pass, but that's PC. I'm talking about going into Game Pass that can play your Xbox games. Because don't forget, the PC catalog and the Xbox catalog is different. They are different. You've got more games available on Xbox than you do on PC. It's why the PC one is cheaper. Well, that and the fact that it doesn't need live. Question, didn't Microsoft said they've partnered with AI tools for dev to reduce the cost and time? They did. And the CMA are now investigating them because of this to try and make sure they can't do that. They're trying to see if they've basically broken the laws. Rabbi, what is it that you was asking? I'm not seeing it. Oh, why? Because Wolverine is exclusive to PlayStation. They paid the money. They bought the exclusive rights. Wolverine will never come to Xbox. Ever. I mean, the alpha that... The footage that you're seeing that people are saying they're playing on Xbox right now is fake, by the way. It's not real. If you don't mind... If you don't think merging an Activision Blizzard doesn't make Game Pass valuable, then you have no understanding of this industry. I didn't say they don't. I think they do. I just said, you know, I personally am not that interested in COD. But if it once it comes to Game Pass, I will at the very least play the campaign. Right? So that to me is like a £70 purchase already on its own. That's over half of my value of Game Pass. I feel like everyone has a Switch. Yeah, read that. My question. I think I've answered your question, Remy. Wolverine will never come. People have leaked Wolverine Alpha running on Xbox Dev mode right now, Chaos. That's fake, Gem. That's been proven fake. Why not come crossplay to version? Because Sony will never release their first-party games on Xbox. Ever. They just will never do it. Blood, what's up, Chaos Prime? How are you tonight? I'm doing good, my friend. We are having a good time. Switch is my compact console I use when I go out the house. See, I used to use the Switch for that, but now I use my Steam Deck. You know, I actually... This is what I do. Ow, that fucking hurt. Really hurt. Oh, man, I can't wait for the 18th so I can go and see what the hell's wrong with my shoulder. I buy a lot of Switch games. You know, it's no secret. I do buy Switch games. I hope that came through. But a lot of the games I buy, they run like... Some of them run like absolute turd on the Switch. And that's where my Steam Deck comes in. I dump the cartridge with tools that I have, and off I go. But I am buying it. Facts, I was given a Switch Lite as a gift from my playing Mario Kart Deluxe. Hey, look. Nintendo make great games. Really great games. And they're a lot of fun. That doesn't mean that I still don't want to buy a Nintendo OLED. What you guys need to do is convince me not to buy a Nintendo OLED. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought it on my own. Last I checked, Game Pass Ultimate has almost 500 games. My back catalog is getting out of hand. Yeah, Belze, it's crazy. Hyped, J-Dub, who's blocked me. Brash, Nicola, Nib, who's I'm not a pony, but I'm really a pony. Don't these diehard OS fanboys realize that multiple YouTubers are making videos on them, but that yet they carry on being done? A lot of them do it for engagement. Ever since Elon Musk made it profitable to go on Twitter to post a very controversial statement or say something that's triggering, and you get engagement with lots of comments and posts, they've basically taken it. Why do you think Unleashed is constantly talking about Starfield? And people are constantly replying to him. If they stopped replying, didn't even look at him, if they actually just outright blocked him, he'd stop talking about Starfield and look for something else. Look at it. Just for a brief moment, he tried to talk about another game, and his engagement went straight down to the sewers. So he went straight back to Starfield again. Rabbi, I think I've already answered your question about Wolverine. It's a PlayStation exclusive. It's never going to be crossplay. It's never going to come to Xbox. Currently playing Redmond 2 and Lies of P. Lies of P is great. I'm still stuck on a boss. Don't judge me. What's up, everyone? Hope everyone's doing well tonight. We are doing well. You don't understand? Wolverine is a PlayStation exclusive. It's a first-party title developed by a first-party studio, Insomniac Games. It's like saying Halo would be on PlayStation. It's never going to be on PlayStation. Wolverine is like the Spider-Man, like the Uncharted, like The Last of Us. It is only going to be on PlayStation, and as we now know, it's going to eventually be on PC as well. Lies of P, Remnant 2, Far Cry 6. I need to finish Atomic Hearts. Maybe that should be the game I jump on thing. High on Life, I watched my son play pretty much to fruition. Hi-Fi Rush, I think I'm on like stage 4 or 5. Maybe I could finish that soon as well. No yearly in the US either, right? Yeah, that's a pain. They really need that yearly. Why not make crossplay versions of Wolverine? Because they don't want to. That's the simple answer. Hey, Sanchez! Exoprime is cool, right? I like that game. I do. Persona 5 is good as well. Because they want you to buy a PlayStation 5. Rabbit just wants to know why Sony won't release Wolverine on Xbox. And it's because they want you to buy a PlayStation 5. Hey, Sin, how's it going? Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up with chat real quick before we continue. Hope Xbox fans don't get fixated on Wolverine and X-Men not being on Xbox when we still have so many other exclusives. Agree, Jason. Yeah, I don't know if I care about Wolverine and X-Men. I mean, I care about it. I'm probably going to play it. But do I have the same enthusiasm for it as I do, say, Final Fantasy 16 or 17? No, but I'm a big Final Fantasy fan, so there is some bias there. Well, except for MLB The Show, you mean? Well, yeah. But MLB The Show is a different one because the actual license people want it there, whereas Marvel doesn't care. Marvel just wants money, as we've seen with their interaction with Bethesda. Xbox console support, mouse and keyboard, but we can't play PC Game Pass. It's so dumb. Hope they fix this. I mean, the problem you have there is that in order to support PC Game Pass games, they need to have the PC servers for the cloud. And for Xbox, they're actually using Series X's as the actual server. They've just got stacks and stacks of Series X's. I don't see them changing that this generation. I think once we eventually go to that kind of hybrid generation that they're talking about, if that is even real, or eventually when we go fully to the cloud, everything is going to be the PC version. But until then, at least this generation, that's not going to change anytime soon. I care a little about Ratchet and Clank and Spider-Man, but if they're $150, there's no way I'm going to buy it. Well, I mean, it's going to be split into 2 years, right? So you'll have 2 years to save up. You could pay 50. If you don't care for the online, then all you need to do is pay $50 and you get Spider-Man Part 1. And then the following year, you pay $50 and you get Spider-Man Part 2. Or you can wait till the third year and get Spider-Man Part 1 and Part 2 as a bundle for $60. Nintendo's hardware is literally the same board replaced from console to console. The Wii used the GameCube board. Wii U had a similar board. Switch used a Wii U's board. Actually, that's not entirely true. Do you know? Do you all remember a NVIDIA handheld called? I think what was it called? What was the NVIDIA handheld called? I forgot what it was called now. Let me have a quick Google. I'm asking you guys to remember it, and I forgot it. NVIDIA Shield. That's it. The NVIDIA Shield. So the NVIDIA Shield 2 was supposed to materialize, but as you all know, it didn't, because the NVIDIA Shield 2 became the Nintendo Switch. If you didn't know. Why is this not scrolling? Nintendo doesn't need to worry about hardware because they usually just transfer their hardware generation to generation and just tweak it a little bit. But they don't have to either because people just love their games. Game Pass has been one of the best things since sliced bread. It pays for itself 10 times over. It does. It does. Thank you for that sub, Dragon of Fire. I appreciate it. Am I going to be able to? I'm almost at the end. The blue check marks. I get it now. Exactly, Joe Blogs. Exactly that. I'm convinced Sony ponies care more about their social media status than actual gaming. 100%. 100%. It's why every so often I'll go on there just to troll them and argue with them, just to trigger them. But I'm not on there as often as I think, unless there's big news, and then I'm out in full force. Disney could probably force them like the MLB. They could, but just like they said to Bethesda, it's up to Bethesda if they want to release it on multi-platform. Because at the end of the day, if the games don't sell enough copies and make enough money, there's a clause in there that basically says you have to pay Disney $9 million. So Disney doesn't give a crap how you do it. You can release it on multi-platforms and make that number, or don't and miss that target, and then you get fined and I make $9 million. As far as Disney's concerned, they don't care. Sony paid a lot of money for exclusivity, too much in my opinion. They do. But honestly, for 2024, if it wasn't for that third-party exclusive lineup, they'd have nothing. I play Psychonauts 1, fun game. It is. Starfield still has a ton of engagement months after launch. People know this, and I mean, Starfield hasn't even started yet. Once the creation kit is launched, that's when you're going to see the things really kick into gear. In Japan, people only play Switch or mobile. Mobile is massive there. Massive. If I just assume, and the Switch, yeah, because it's mobile. That's it. And this is why I'm saying, like, if Microsoft released a handheld, priced it right, and then released it in, like, Japan, can you imagine how big that would be? If I just assume that the combat in Fable will be good, I'd love to see Playground Games make a Ghost Rider game. That could be interesting. We've only got one Marvel game, though, right? And that's Blade. We need more. Or at least they should just go after Warner Brothers at this point and get those Batman games back on track. Also, has anyone seen that apparently the DCEU is dead? Canned? Finished? Is that real? Will there be a Sony super secret showcase on New Year's Eve? Scorpio, their super secret showcase was the TGA Awards. And then they realized that they got bummed there as well. No awards. Yeah, same here. Huge Final Fantasy fan. Only reason I bought a PS4 was for Final Fantasy 14. Shit, I used to play. My dude, Lord Chaos! Wait. What server did you play on Lord Chaos on the 360? Was there even servers on the 360? I don't remember. But that's where I started playing it too. And it wasn't until Treasures of Acturgan and Besieged, when I kept on crashing every time they invaded the city, that I switched to PC. I couldn't take the crashing anymore. I wanted my points. Nintendo Switch is virtually unrivaled in Japan. It is. Hey, look, the N-Gage is legendary. Don't diss the N-Gage, man. Don't diss the N-Gage. I had the N-Gage. N-Gage was legendary. Guys trying to shit on my N-Gage. I'm just tired of Marvel in general. I could care less. I want DC superheroes. Because I'm Batman. Chaos, did you have an Amiga back in the day? Yes, I did. I had a Commodore 64, an Amiga. My friend opposite us had the Amiga Amstrad. There was three of us in the area. Between us, we had the Amiga Amstrad, Atari ST. I think there was an Amiga Atari. We had the Commodore 64 and the Atari Lynx. We were nerds from very young. Yeah. Switch has a 2014 chip, super outdated PC hardware. But it still sells millions, right? Third party is saving the PlayStation roadmap, but at the same time, the fees for third party deals is killing Sony profits. It is. But it's still selling consoles. And for Sony, for some odd reason, that is the most important thing. I guess what Sony is thinking right now is if we get 100 million consoles in people's houses, at some point, that's going to convert into lots of sales for software. And when you think about it, it's not a bad thought process. The more people that buy your console, the more chances there are of them buying your games. The fact that most, gamers in general play Call of Duty, Fortnite, Minecraft, these are the games they play. Roblox. Mate, my kid upstairs has like a £1,800 PC. My kid downstairs has, I think, like what, maybe a £1,300 PC. They spend all their time playing Roblox. I go to them and I'm saying, why? You've got so many games. You've literally got a PS5 in the house, a Nintendo Switch, a Steam Deck, an Xbox Series S, an X. You've got all the games. You've got Game Pass, PlayStation Premium. You've got my Steam catalog. Why are you playing this shit? And yet, there they are. They play Valorant too, but I class Valorant the same as Roblox. I believe the recent report said mobile is 49% of the gaming market. Mobile is huge. But if you take Asia out of the mix, that 49% drops very heavily. That 49% is influenced heavily by China and the Asian countries. If you take, Asia out of the mix and just have Europe and America, right? That 49% probably drops down to something like 10%. Is in talks to merge with Paramount, I think. That is correct. Ghost Rider is my favorite Marvel character. Marvel is going down the drain. The films they're not doing well. Nvidia is too much weak in iGPU than Intel and AMD. Yep. James Gunn now in charge of the new DCU. Wait, isn't that the same as DCEU? What's the difference between... Okay, I'm going to be... Think of me as completely dumb. But what's the difference between DCU and DCEU? EU's else universe, right? DC is the DC universe and DCEU is the else universe. So it's the else universe that they're closing? Why would they close the else universe? They're gonna have to crunch Wolverine and add way more than they plan to maintain the aura of surprise. Well, I mean, the game is early build, right? You don't really see much in the game. Yeah, iGPU has to stop making Western games for Japan and make Japanese games for them. 100%, Jason. 100%. What does it mean? iGPU, integrated GPU, integrated graphical processing unit. So on a motherboard, you've got your big graphics cards that you can plug in, but you can also have integrated graphics cards that you don't plug in that it falls upon. You can get motherboards with them and without them. I prefer to get them without because I find that they can be troublesome when you're trying to run games and stuff. If your Windows decides, hey, I want to use this because you're playing a low-powered game, and then it tries to switch and crashes your game. Yes, I've had that happen before. That's why I never go for it. Had the Speccy myself, then the Amiga. Nice one, Edward. My first system was Sears Telegames. First computer was a VIC-20. Yeah, that was before my time, dude. I always wanted that in television, but that was we never really got into that. No, Microsoft should stop focusing on Japan. No, Microsoft needs to focus on Japan. They don't play it because it's not on there. Persona actually did really well on Game Pass. Believe it or not. The numbers actually were really good. And Atlas were very happy with the amount of people that played it because the more people that play Persona on Game Pass, the more money they make. Generally, that's one way of the contract, and I'm guessing that's the way they went because they were happy over the moon. That's it. It's a version of GPU. Oh, DCEU is the Snyderverse. Right. You know what? My abbreviation was more correct. It made more sense. Gunn shouldn't have cancelled the live-action Batman Beyond fans been wanting for decades. Microsoft needs to make a new studio in Japan and start with... I mean, they have studios in Japan. They're just being very slow with it. But they need more... they need to win over Japan. because in Europe you've got a big community that actually likes Japanese games, not just Japanese people from Japan. So they kind of need to win that market, and if they win that market, EU will come with it. Although terminology is still in flux, but essentially the DC extended universe is the Snyderverse, and it's dead with Aquaman 2. Gunn is starting the DCU. What a shame. I saw people celebrating that the DCEU was dead. That's all. Japanese people like Western games, just like Western people like Japanese games. Usually so pretty well. And yep. Traditionally, most Western games don't sell. Some were very influential, like Wizardry and Ultima. Currently, stuff like Minecraft are popular, but usually Japanese games are bigger. It is. A cute perspective. Huh. Finally, up to date with all comments. They're working on StarCraft 3, will dominate for a very long time. If it's good. Can you imagine this, right? I know that this ain't news. This ain't news, right? This ain't news. But can you imagine being this kid all over the internet? Can you? I mean, tell me you're not a virgin without telling me tell me you're a virgin without telling me you're not a virgin. That's sad. Like, if you were going to use a virgin detector, that right there. He's I think he wants to have oral sex with the PS5. At least I think he wants to give it oral sex. Pretty much the majority of the PlayStation fanboys, right? Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I'm not even going to scroll any further down on that page. I'm not even going to go any further down. I'm going to stop that right there real quick because shit just got real. I didn't even know that was there. Honest to God. So, droid, people's livelihoods are at risk and years of work is being diminished. Let me make a console war joke. And I go, did you have the same energy when Capcom was hacked, or is it only because Sony is hacked? Genuine question. Just trying to see where your hypocrisy actually draws a line. Asking for a friend. You know, I didn't get a response. I never thought a PlayStation game would be playable on PC before it launched on PS5. I mean, he didn't say anything wrong. That isn't even console warring. People are way too soft. Let me fix something real quick. He does. He does. I don't know what it is. With him, he's a little soft. He is. But I think what he posted in Resetera wasn't bad at all. I just think that, you know, at the end of the day, people on that subthread are too soft. They are just weird. All right, let's set up a new super chat go while we're reading this. All right. So, an update from Insomniac. Thank you for the outpouring of compassion and unwavering support. We're both saddened and angered by the recent criminal cyber attack on our studio and the emotional toll it's taken on our dev team. So my question is, right, will I play Final Fantasy XIV on Xbox? Yeah. I'm currently playing it on both. Well, I'm kind of on like a hiatus, but I play it on PC, Steam Deck, and PlayStation at the moment. So I'll be picking it up on Xbox as well. Do you think that if they paid the $2 million, the hackers would have not done it? Not released it? Because I think too, right? I'm of the belief that they wouldn't have released it. Do you think they would have taken the money and then left and then published it? Anime? I don't know. I honestly don't know. They didn't release the employees' info? But then that just goes to show their credibility, right? Good on them for not releasing that. I mean, encourage them for what? Oh, I get that, but let's look at it this way. Let's just assume that it's a gamble, right? Because it is. There's no assumption there, actually. It is a gamble, right? It is a gamble. How much is 2 million to Sony? Yeah, but how much is 2 million to Sony? But again, my question is, how much is 2 million to Sony? Right now, probably a lot. Hey, Bunny. Now, if Sony paid, the hackers would have made that well clear. Well clear. It's a micro drop in a bucket. That's my point, Bold. That's my point. Sometimes, I mean, considering how much of the data was actually taken, it's not like a small leak. This is a lot. I'm not saying pander to terrorism. I'm not saying, cave in or anything. But I don't know. I personally would have given some serious thought into finding some assurances to make sure it wasn't leaked. I don't know. That's a lot of data that got released. That's going to hurt their share prices and everything. They're going to lose a lot more than 2 million because of this. Right? They're going to lose a lot more than 2 million because of the leak. So at what point does the gamble outweigh the possibility of nothing happening? Do you see where I'm coming from? I'm not saying that it's good to, negotiate with criminals. But what I'm saying is, if you stand to lose a hell of a lot more with these leaks, at what point does that negotiation start to seem more feasible? I'm just looking at it from an objective view, not a subjective view. I'm looking at it from the outside without any emotion tied into it. At what point does that gamble become worth taking? Because now they lost way more. Now they lost way more than 2 million. A lot more than 2 million. All that surprise PR that they had planning, that build up they could have had, all that anticipation and massive stuff they could have shown about X-Men and whatnot, all of that is gone. All of those cancelled games that we're going to get to in a bit, all gone. It's risky either way. I totally agree, anime. But it just gets me thinking, right? That's why I said, Taz, at what point is the risk worth taking? Chat, let me ask you a question. I'm going to set a super chat goal for me to play a game, any game of your choice. Since I'm going to suffer for it, I might as well, and I'm going to pay for it with the money that comes from there. What do you think's a reasonable price? Don't forget, some of you are thinking of Gollum. Some of you are thinking of The Walking Dead. I know you are right now, you scallywags. But what do you think is a reasonable goal? They should copy Bethesda, making a single-player game that lasts for a decade. No, £2 is definitely not within the realm of acceptability. My sanity is... Dude, I had nightmares, okay? There has to be emotional trauma for that. No, I said I had nightmares of Kong. Right? See, Lies of P is a free game I play. Go away, Seth. No, we are aware that the stolen data includes personal information belonging to employees, former employees, and independent contractors. It also includes early development details about Marvel's Wolverine for PlayStation 5. See, I knew it. I knew Quantum Error was coming. Hey, you lot can come up with a bunch of games and then we'll put it to a poll, and whichever one wins will be the one that we play. We continue to work quickly to determine what data was impacted. This experience has been extremely stressful. We want everyone to enjoy the games that they play. While we appreciate everyone's enthusiasm, we will share official information about Marvel's Wolverine when the time is right. On behalf of everyone at Insomniac, continue to show support in challenging time. But they are still going ahead with the game. People were telling them to drop the game entirely, and there was a chance that they could have done that, but they've come out and quashed that quite quickly. Hey, you don't want that. The last time Sony decided to try collaborating, they decided to move in, and well, to be fair, Nintendo screwed Sony first, so Sony screwed Nintendo. If it was anybody else, this would have been front page news everywhere. I thought this was horrible, right? We saw that there was going to be a studio shutdown, and it looks like First Contentant has been shut down days before Christmas. Like, who does that before Christmas, man? Like, this is the state Sony's in right now. So maybe that 2 million was actually a lot of money. Maybe that 2 million was actually a lot of money. Well, since we haven't thought of a price, I will just put something there, and then we can decide later on. That's where we're at right now. So I'm including what I've already made from the previous day. Good Lord, it is really hot in here. Oh, that's better. My fan's working. In the long run, it's good. They have to make the game better. I'm not sure. I think they were like a second party studio. But it's pretty awful. I'm a huge PlayStation fan. I understand the feelings of the community. We hate news about our console unless it's good. Any news that isn't good instantly creates anger throughout the fan base. I think they're like a affiliate. It's Christmas. Play Gollum. Sure. Hit that target. And I'll buy it. Dreamcast guy. It's bad they are closed, but I think they just created VR games. Hey, look at on the other side. If they are like a studio that's pretty much just there to make PlayStation PC VR games for thing, it's clear that the first thing going out the window for Sony is PSVR 2, right? I think the tides changing would be good for Sony. The last time they became this arrogant was during the PS3 days. And they were humbled very quickly during the PS3 days. And then they sorted their shit out for the PS4. Whereas Xbox with the 360 became very humbled, and with the Xbox One thought they were way too big. But Dreamcast guy says, it's interesting how Starfield was just instantly forgotten. No fan podcasts, no 500 episode Let's Plays, no debate on the best waifu. I'm not saying it's the worst game ever, but compared to every other Bethesda game, it just flatlined. And then Randall4 says, you sure, bro? It was literally the most talked about game of the entire year, with Starfield being the most covered game for 2023. Boom. And then if you look at the most covered companies in 2023, Xbox, then PlayStation, Nintendo, Microsoft, Sony, Activision Blizzard. If we're looking down this list there, we've got one Xbox game, two Xbox game, a Nintendo game, Fortnite, third party, Spider-Man at number 6, Final Fantasy, Minecraft, Baldur's Gate surprisingly at number 9. LOL's still making an appearance at number 10. Yeah. Starfield is the most talked about thing. What I'm surprised about is that no one's actually made a YouTube channel that just goes through building iconic ships. They would make so many views. Nah, they can't. They can't. There's no way they can forget it. There's no way. Anime, you can do it. Go for it. That is like a trove of just views, in my opinion. Because so many people want to see that sort of thing. And if you ever make a video on it, let me know. I'll definitely send people your way for a video. Tell people to go check it out. Leave a link in my description. Love supporting things like that. So Insomniac Games cancelled Sunset Overdrive, Resistance, Spider-Man: A Great Web. So if you look at this, these are the games that they've been releasing. Spider-Man 3 in 3 parts for 50 each, and the remasters with all parts for 60. Yeah, it's crazy. That's because people were forced to stop talking about it because people were afraid of losing their channels. Bold Alpha Wolf. I know a lot of people, well, at least 3 big content creators who had their YouTube channels striked 3 times before it was removed by YouTube under false pretenses because all the trans community were basically mass reporting their channels for infringement just because they wanted to play Hogwarts Legacy. It was a really, really bad time. Like for small content creators, they didn't talk about it at all. They just acted like it didn't exist. Medium-sized ones were too scared to say anything. The bigger ones basically just didn't care and did what they wanted to do because they were big enough to overcome, and they had like, you know, YouTube managers and Twitch managers and stuff like that that could shield them and protect them. But you can see down here all the way up until Sunset Overdrive, that's when the game was released on Xbox. But you can see here that even before Sunset Overdrive came to Xbox, a Resistance 4 was actually on the cards. I'm disappointed that a Resistance 4 was never made. I really like Resistance. It's a good game. If you've never played it and can actually get the opportunity to play it, you should. I agree, Anime. That's why I just stay away. I don't get involved with that stuff. It's not worth my headache. You got all these weird cancelled games, Winning Hand, Samurai, Dark Eden, Sunset Overdrive 2 was cancelled. So disappointing. I mean, that was really that. But we all know why that was cancelled. You got the Spider-Man and the remaster. But what's interesting out of all of this, right? What's interesting out of all of this is I-31. Spider-Man Miles Morales, Spartacus. Every journo out there thought Spartacus was the code name for the PS Plus, well, PS Extras, Extreme, Premium, you know, the whole rebranding of PlayStation Plus. And it wasn't. It was actually the code name for Miles Morales. I wonder how much they were laughing at everyone during this time. Project Spartacus! And it was actually Miles Morales all along. I mean, Orc, look at it this way, right? All of these companies will be pro DEI, right? Diversity, you know, they'll be part of it. But like we saw with Bungie, the first departments to go are them. Because unfortunately, they bring no financial gain. They're only a social gain, not a financial gain. So when the shit hits the fan, they're the first to leave. All that pandering to equality, inclusion, it goes out the window. When the bottom line gets hit, no company gives a shit. We've seen this with Spider-Man, where in the Middle East, they've taken all of that stuff out. We see this on Pride Month, where in the countries where Pride is respected or at least adhered to or celebrated, everyone puts a Pride badge up on the, you know, X profiles. But if you look at BMW in the Middle East, it's just BMW. There is no Pride flag. Why? because it would hit the bottom line. All of these companies are frauds. None of them give a crap. The only reason they adhere to it is to make money. That's it. You know what's kind of funny? Sony's relegating Insomniac to Marvel Game Studio when Xbox wants a studio to just focus on one thing. They make a whole new studio. They don't core out an existing one. Yeah. Agreed. 343 and Coalition is exactly what they're becoming. Have you seen oh no, it's Alex's video covering it? I watched a little bit. I didn't want to. I was considering watching it on stream, but it's only been out for what, 8 hours. I don't feel like jumping on his video, and I mean, there's not. I guess it's not going to hurt that much, but it's something we can cover if you guys want. Sweet Baby was involved. Dude, those guys are spoiling gaming for us. Yeah, there's a lot of shit going around. Have you not seen what's become of Harley Quinn compared to 2015, as opposed to, you know, from the Arkham Knights games, and then seeing what they did to in Suicide Squad? Not much, actually. We've talked about Starfield. We've talked about some Insomniac stuff. And I've been reading a lot of comments from the chat. And we've just come to this bit here. But Popsicle was the code name for Spider-Man 2. Yeah. Sunset Overdrive was just found out to be an Xbox property. I saw Gaming Addict and King Davis talk about it. Sony can't make a sequel to the game unless Xbox allows it. Correct. I don't know who owns the IP of Sunset Overdrive, but I know that in the contract, if they try to remaster the game, re-release it, make DLC, or make a sequel, it has to be on Xbox as well. That much is 100% confirmed. Even if Sony owns the IP, any form of the game that is made by Insomniac has to be released on Xbox. And honestly, at this point, I think, you know, Sony would have been good to actually do it and release it on multiplat. That game was so much fun. If you haven't played it, you should play it. Sunset Overdrive is so good. It's so crazy. But yeah, it's I can't recommend Sunset Overdrive enough. I'm sad that there's no second one. Honestly, that was the first game that my kid fell in love with and 100%ed. It was so good. I don't think it's on Game Pass. I think you need to buy it. Actually, it might. I don't know if it's on Game Pass, but I know it's on the Xbox Store. Oh man, this dude's takes are so bad. So bad. But we got to listen to it, chat. We got to. Because the Copium is real. And we all like Copium, right? We all like Copium. Let's hear him out.
In a day and age where everyone is seemingly questioning what is masculinity.
Oh,
what does it mean to be masculine? Like, what does it mean truly mean to be a man, right?
Guys, what does it mean to be a man? Surely you're not going to suggest to me that to be a man, you got to be a fictional character in a video game. No one's going to be that sad, right? No one is going to be that sad, right, chat?
To have those masculine qualities. What's toxic? What's not? I can tell you, dude, you play God of War 2018 and Ragnarok, and you get to the end of Valhalla, and you see just that true full circle, right? And you see how far Kratos has come, how far his character has developed. In my opinion, Kratos is a near picture perfect example. Like the final form of Kratos is a near picture perfect example of like that's true masculinity. Yeah, it's healthy masculinity. That's not that. And I get it. Maybe that's not too relevant to everybody, you know, where it's like, well, I just want to like play a fun game where I'm tearing shit up. It's like I get that. I get that too.
True masculinity, folks, is the end of Valhalla. True masculinity is Kratos at the end of Valhalla. This means that I need to get to the end of God of War just to see I think I'm actually at Valhalla now in God of War. So I need to get to the end to see how masculine he becomes. Oh, oh. I don't know why that made me laugh, but that dog just. See, a lot of people say the same. A lot of people say the same. Anime, God of War 1, 2, and 3 was real God of War, and that's what I was discussing earlier when I said, you know, those games didn't need to spiral out of control. Hey, don't spoil it for me, man. I haven't finished it yet. Maybe I'll finish it on stream. Oh shit, we got more. Oh, this is priceless. This is great. This is brilliant. Just watch his reaction. Watch his reaction. This is fucking this is god tier. This is god tier. Hey, Sergeant Dornan.
Why did Sony and Naughty Dog just decide the best course of action is just cancel it, get away from it, like just have nothing to do with it? Why not create a dedicated team? Why not expand? The reason being money. It's
right now I smell fear. And I smell broke arsoness coming from this direction.
why did Sony and Naughty Dog just decide the best course of action is just cancel it, get away from it, like just have nothing to do with it? Why not create a dedicated team? Why not expand? The reason being money. It's
that moment right there when he realizes self-reflection that the only reason they didn't go ahead with it is because they're broke. Adidas can make an online game like Project Zomboid. Sony can. I mean, it's just this moment here. That self-reflection moment right there when he realizes, I just fucked up. You know, fucked up. J-Rock saying, you can see the moment he realizes PlayStation is living paycheck to paycheck. In 2022, they made 720,000 profit. In 2023, they've only made 300,000. Their profits are down by about 60 to 65%. Even though they've made 1.4 billion more this year than they did last year. That's how much their costs are just through the roof. Wait, Spider-Man was an RPG? Whoa. Wait. Nate. What makes you think Spider-Man is an RPG? It was just a hack and slash. Oh, we're going Reforge. All right. I see where you're going. Then I think it's going to have a skill tree. It's going to have an unlock tree. Oh, shit. I just realized. No way! Guys! Have you realized? None of you realized. Skull Island, The Rise of Kong is an RPG. And it probably made more money than Spider-Man. I'm just kidding. I couldn't help it. Hey, look, I've heard Forza's an RPG. And that's not what the RPG thing means. It had a special connotation attached to it. A special thing. Hey, look, it's not my fault it bugged out, okay? Blame the developers, not me. Is the alpha the whole game? Lots of stuff in there that's not finished it though, right? Oh wait, no. So I think this is a very good I was actually talking about this with a friend of mine who's very I mean it's pretty neutral-ish, but his preferred platform is PlayStation. And we were talking about a new tier for PlayStation. PlayStation needs exclusives day and date on a $20 per month PS Premium tier and PC. And I think, how much is PlayStation Premium right now per month? Does anyone know offhand? Hey, it's not $45 per month. Per month. No. That's what I thought. It's like £14. But I'm guessing in the US it's going to be slightly higher, right? They don't change the pound to $1 for this. You lot got that plus tax thing, don't you? You know what? I will never understand that. Ever. That confuses me to this day. If I see something for $20, I expect it to be $20. Why can't they put on the price $23 inclusive of tax? It makes prices look cheaper. So $17.99 in the US. Right. So I think at around 22 to maybe 23, about 22, 23, they could introduce not the PS Premium, but the PS Platinum, which will include day and date. I think that would do well for Sony. I think that Sony could get away with that. I think with the way that they're pricing their games, because look at it, when Microsoft are making their games, even Bethesda, Starfield, which was in 25 years of, they say development, but 20 years of that was just pre-dev, right? Trying to get it to a point where it actually is feasible to start building it. But the concept started about 25 years ago. But even that there cost them 200 million. Not the 350 million that is Spider-Man right now. And 200 million is still a lot. And they made their money back and made profit. And they're happy. Right? Their early access stint that they did with the PC and Game Pass more than made up for them financially. So they've made their money. When you look at Xbox games, they don't cost as much. Sony ones do, and they need to control that. But if they're going to go day and date, I can see this being roughly about $22, $23 for a platinum version, PS Platinum. So all tiers below won't get the games for about a year or two. But if you want to play it day and date, then you get PlayStation Platinum. I think that could work for them. Yeah, it's $11.99 here, or is it $10.99? 11 or $10.99? I can't remember. Game Pass in UK. $6.99 is not online. That's wrong. That's wrong, Taz. Yeah, it's $0 to play on Steam. Sure. But Game Pass overall is still a better value. And that's where I think. You know, don't forget, with Game Pass Ultimate, you get all the games that come with it and your live service. So after you've played 2 games, your internet is free for the year. All the games that are on there are free for the year. If you buy 2 games on PC at $60 each, you're pretty much at that point. You're paying the same thing essentially. For those people that only buy 1 game a year, sure. For those people, you're saving when it comes to not joining Game Pass. But if you play 2 games or more every year, then that cost of Game Pass doesn't even factor in. The cost of Xbox Live doesn't even factor in. I don't even factor it into the Game Pass sale anymore. It just doesn't make any sense. That's the point, Jim. PlayStation Plus Essential is the same as Xbox Core. It goes to basically £60 a month. It goes to basically £60 a month. So it's the same thing. And we did have a couple of videos that we could react to. Let's see. All right. This one's good. Right. How many people here like Avatar, the game? This isn't a reaction thing, but I think we can watch this because it's quite funny. No, the one that was just released. How many people want to see that game ripped to pieces in 6 minutes. How many people want to see that game absolutely shredded in 6 minutes? All right. This is fucking special. And I recommend you check out this channel. It's good.
The Game Awards ought to go on anyone's Christmas lists.
All right, you guys ready? I love this guy.
Experience has taught me never to expect much of big studio games that come out in mid-December, too late for any Game Awards or to go on anyone's Christmas lists. Let's just say that when a dog gets furtively kicked out of a car in the middle of nowhere, it doesn't speak terribly well for the amount of faith the owner had in the dog's ability to not whittle on the carpet. Which is odd, because last I checked, James Cameron's Avatar: The Last Smurfbender is a fucking red-hot piece of pop culture IP. The last Avatar movie did gangbusters in theatres, apparently. I mean, I didn't see it, and I've never met anyone who has, or is enthusiastic about Avatar, or even gives it much thought at all, unless they're watching Dances with Wolves on a TV with dodgy colour correction, which makes me suspicious. Maybe there's an unknown subsection of humanity living among us, presumably dwelling underground and subsisting on rats and stray dogs, who emerge from the sewer drains at night to watch Avatar movies and send phone votes into America's Next Top Model. Or maybe James Cameron is buying up millions of empty theatre seats to pad his numbers when he's not buggering off to the bottom of the ocean to scrape bits of dead billionaire off the Titanic. But anyway, in Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora, we play one of the central big skinny blue twats who was kidnapped and raised by humans to act as ambassadors, with our main human point of contact being a sneering white guy with his shirt very self-righteously tucked into his big boy pants, who shoots our sister dead and seems really personally offended about our lack of gratitude when we escape his armed death squads and flee into the jungles of Pandora. Yeah, Avatar's nothing if not as subtle as an attention-starved Alsatian in a prison riot. Ooh, humans are huge, greedy, land-stealing bastards, and the Na'vi are perfect and peace-loving and noble and one with nature. Now look here, James Camerahead, it's very easy to be one with nature when nature is as weirdly fucking obliging as it seems to be on Pandora. It's easy to be nice when you live in the garden at the start of Wonka's chocolate factory, and there's food everywhere, and there's a fucking naturally occurring free internet anyone can connect to with the Ethernet cable stuck up their bum, and you can literally fling yourself off a fucking cliff and count on the pterodactyl Uber service to catch you before you hit the ground. I think the Na'vi need to check their planet privilege. I jumped on a seagull once and not a whole lot came of it, although admittedly I was motivated more by revenge than a need for transportation. Let's get to the meat and bones of this particular obliterated seagull. Avatar: Fraternity of Pillux is a Ubisoft sandbox set on Pandora, and I think what might explain the publisher's apparent lack of enthusiasm is that it's the most painfully fucking by-the-numbers Ubisoft sandbox I've played in some time. More specifically, it's Avatar Far Cry. It's Avatar Cry. Lots of firing arrows out of the undergrowth at oblivious dudes with very short patrol routes. So there's stealthing and there's direct combat, but the array of different gameplay threads can't give each other enough room to breathe, and every core gameplay loop feels like it's missing something. Normal humans are as threatening to your big blue arse as inexpensive toilet paper, so the game is flooded with dudes in mecha suits, and if your arrow is 2 pixels off from their insta-kill weak spots, everyone is instantly alerted and knows your position, so stealthing is kind of a bust, and then all the enemy AI knows how to do in combat is charge your position while holding down the fire button, so the combat's a bust as well. If you're not in cover, your health disappears so fast you wonder why you're even bothering to craft better armor, because the difference in life expectancy between gear score 11 and gear score 12 has to be measured in nanoseconds. And now we're getting to it. The 3 pillars of the Jiminy Cockthroat model stand erect and throbbing. You've got your shitty stealth, your shitty action, and you bet your big blue blistered bollocks you've got shitty crafting as well. What makes it shitty is that I assumed the whole selling point was being able to go out into Pandora and wet yourself in admiration for the transcendent beauty of the alien scenery. But it's hard to appreciate the warm sensation of your piss-filled loincloth when you then have to turn on your fucking Smurfo vision and comb the area isolating what bits of it you're supposed to be harvesting to craft your essential upgrades. I go to the crafting table to upgrade my currently equipped sanitary towel or whatever, and it's all like, have you got any bark? No, I have not got any bark. I didn't know I was supposed to be gathering bark. And what bark? There's bark everywhere. It's a fucking forest. Turns out you're supposed to look for where the trees have broken out in tree zits and burst one with a brief unskippable minigame, before being informed you're getting shitty bark because you should have gathered it during the night or while standing on one leg. I'm not going to plan my fucking schedule around side hustling as a tree beautician game. I'm way behind on my have some actual fucking fun quota. Remember when games didn't need a fucking X-ray specs mechanic to let you know what was important because you could just tell because it had been in a bright red rotating box and wasn't concealed among 16 non-interactive vegetation assets? Avatar Avatar fapping in pond water has, like many Ubisoft sandboxes lately, the option to turn objective markers off, so you have to find things based on vague location clues, to keep gameplay more explorative and less about beelining to thing on map, like Disneyland closes in 2 hours and there's 4 rides you haven't been on yet. But I had to turn the objective markers back on pretty quick, because even when I was in the right part of uselessly spectacular scenery, I could be 10 feet from the objective and walk straight past it, because it was hidden by a cluster of Huluvian fireworks shrubs. Yes, 'tis beauty kills this beast. It's a recurring issue. There's an occasional detective mission where you look for clues in a crime scene and pair them together to draw conclusions, and which ones you have to pair together always felt really arbitrary. Some broken arrows, and a dude who was killed with some arrows. Those aren't connected at all, thicko. You're supposed to pair the broken arrows with the tin of unopened sponge pudding you haven't noticed yet, because it's tiny and 10 meters away and camouflaged against a golden syrup bush. It was during one of these scavenger hunts that I finally lost patience and kicked Avatar fucked up priorities in the head, because the gameplay was a bore and the story failed to make me give a single cerulean skid mark for these interchangeable blue one with naturier than thou dullards and their bullshit problems. Oh no, we're being victimized by the little smelly fragile people who haven't had their every need and want in life fucking handed to them by their environment. Suppose we'd better kill them all and get back to our difficult life of parties and finger painting. Oh, what a bore. Why don't you stick a branch up your ass and complain about it on Tree Reddit?
Fucking priceless. Yeah. There you go. Go give them a like. So this guy actually used to be part of a group called the Escapist, but the Escapist basically you'll find a lot of his videos there, but they decided to basically fuck them over. Escapists basically made these guys do all the work, set up the YouTube, set up the videos, edit everything. And then they took all the profits. The company took all the profits while these lot took basically nothing after all the effort. And they left the Escapist and created their own studio called Second Wind. And this is what they've become. It's the same dude. It's the same people. But they basically gave the Escapist the middle finger and came here. The Escapists, right now, they're crying because they lost their main moneymaker. Yeah. They lost their main moneymaker. But yeah, this guy is brutally, he's brutal. He absolutely shreds everything he looks at. He does. Where is the other video that I was looking at? So I've got 2 videos, unless any of you have got anything else. One of them is from Dreamcast guy crying about $100 games. I'd love to hear his thoughts on this one. And then we've got Review Tech USA with Microsoft is giving up on the Xbox Series X and S. Really love to hear this guy's thoughts as well, considering he's made quite a few judgmental errors over the past few weeks. Which one do you guys want to go with first? Or if you have anything else that you think is worthwhile, speaketh now. Yeah, Review Tech is awful. It wasn't so much that, Nate. It's the fact that he turned around, made a public bet for $2,000. He was proven wrong, so he lost. And then went and backtracked quite heavily.
How do I even begin this?
How do I even begin this? You said Project Zomboid's trailer. I try to not watch them before the stream, mainly because it allows me to react to it first time. So we can have a good discussion about it. Was it a good video, at least? If it was, we can check it out. And if it wasn't, tell me another one. Because outside of the Sony hacks, we can have a quick look on Twitter to see if there's anything else.
Live at the military.
All right, I'm gonna put the volume down a little bit because I know that they will be trying to copyright claim. Every stream I get copyright claimed. It's annoying. Project Zomboid trailer. All right.
Blockade. The message is clear. The Nox event is contained.
What is this?
I repeat, the Nox event is contained.
What happened here? What's happening here? It's not contained. I had to find what I needed to survive and fight. But there were too many.
My dude is dead.
This is how I died.
My dude is dead.
The next time, I was smarter. I moved between the shadows, between the infected. But I wasn't smart enough. And this is how I died.
This dude isn't very smart, is he? He keeps on dying.
This place. I found an empty farmhouse, a place where they'd never find me. I prepped, built defenses. I farmed, I fished, and found a generator to keep me warm through winter. But it needed fuel. There was a gas station back out on the road. I took the car,
And this is how I
risked the noise
died.
it made. But I would never make it home. This is Project Zomboid. Survive together. Build. Scavenge. Fight. Die.
The music makes it sound proper epic, man. But they don't look like zombies.
Zomboid. The ultimate zombie survival RPG.
Available on Steam and Zog. Zog, sorry. No, fuck off. Don't want to listen to you.
How do I even
All right, let's see what this guy's saying. Let's see what he's crying about. Because I'm not seeing anything else here.
begin this rant? Because we need to talk about a very negative topic today, an issue that I feel like is very bad for gamers. Sony wants to raise the price of video games up to $80 or even $100 per game. This is completely bonkers, and to be honest, I'm very not happy about it, but I want to talk about all the intricacies of this. Why?
I mean, isn't it PlayStation fans that turned around and said they want Xbox to leave the industry? They want Microsoft to go third party? Aren't they aware that the moment Xbox leaves the platform market, that this is exactly what's going to happen and worse? If you give one company a monopoly where their platform is the only one that allows you to play games, do these donkeys really think that it's going to stop at 100? Is that what they're thinking? Because that's going to balloon to 150 real quick and real fast. It's not going to stop at 100. This is why none of them going out of business is the best plan. Because as long as one keeps it at a set price, the other one is scared to move forward. If Sony decides that they're going to up their prices to $100 and Microsoft keeps it at 70, you're going to see a shift of more people coming over to subscription services or coming over to Xbox. It's simple maths. You know, people can't afford to pay £100 per game.
why they're trying to jack up the cost, why they think this is a solution, and why this is even a problem in the first place. But let's get into it. Hi, I'm Dreamcast Guy.
Didn't know that he was Dreamcast Guy, by the way.
If you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like. Very negative topic today. An issue that I feel like is very bad for gamers. Sony wants to raise the price of video games up to $80 or even $100 per game. This is completely bonkers, and to tease up this, why they're trying to jack up the cost, why they think this is a solution, and why this is even a problem in the first place. But let's get into it. Hi, I'm Dreamcast Guy.
Didn't he just say
let me
this?
just start off with where exactly I stand.
Why is it
I have
repeating?
talked about this a lot over the course of my 10 years of being a YouTuber. I want games to get cheaper, not more expensive. But I mean this quite literally. I want to lower production costs. I want to try and get games out there that maybe don't have the best graphics but are actually fun to play. Video games, for the most part, keep getting more expensive in every single way. Controllers are $70 to $100, the consoles are $500, and the games themselves are even $70 when they used to be $40 or $50 or $60. It's crazy that, like, comparing it to the stuff I grew up with, like being obsessed with the Game Boy Advanced and loving stuff like classic Sega Genesis, it's weird that games keep getting more costly when they're not really getting better. But here's something that came out yesterday from a big leak.
I mean, I disagree. I disagree with that statement totally. If you like your cinematic experiences, right? Let's just put the fanboyism aside for a second. If you like your cinematic experiences and your cinematic storytellings, like those from the Last of Us, Uncharted, Spider-Man, God of War, those have a really high production value, right? And that production value is going to cost a lot of money. You didn't have that back in the days of PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3. I mean, the only game that came close to it during the PlayStation 4 series era, was it the PlayStation 4? I think it might have been the PlayStation 3 era. What was Metal Gear Solid 4 released on? Was Metal Gear Solid 4 on the PS3 or PS4? Because I think when you're looking at high production value in terms of like great cutscenes and great cinematics, that's the only one that I can think from recent memory that comes close to what we have today. And it was insane that that was able to maintain a £50 price tag. Because I think that game had like, what, 20 hours of cutscenes? Crazy.
Which is that PlayStation is trying to sell their games going forward in parts, making it so that each individual part is only $50 instead of like $60 for a disc. But now, in order to get the entire experience, you're going to have to pay a lot more than your standard $70 price tag that we currently have. For example, Spider-Man 3 is going to be in 3 parts. 2 parts for the main game and a multiplayer that's sold separately for a grand total of $150. Now, I want to talk about this, where this information came from, and verify it. I've actually looked at it myself, but here it is real quick. So, essentially, there was the huge Insomniac hack. There was a data breach, people cracked into it, and they posted almost 2 terabytes of confidential data. And part of this was all these financial slides, which were essentially them talking about how to make more profit. Because PlayStation is in an odd spot. They make a ton of cash. They are very big, very lucrative, but their production costs have been going up. Actually making these games just keeps getting more expensive. Wolverine is costing hundreds of millions of dollars. Ratchet & Clank on PlayStation 5, Rift Apart is an amazing game. Technically, even though that sold millions of copies, it didn't make enough money. Essentially, what's happening right now is that games are just getting so pricey to make. Not all games, obviously. I mean, cool indies like Dredge and Sea of Stars, Hades. There's a lot of stuff coming out that's just as fun as big budget games, even if they're not as graphically impressive. But this weird obsession with chasing the biggest, craziest graphics, the most visually appealing experiences, clearly is starting to create a bubble. See?
Yeah, but the problem there is, if you advertise Sea of Stars as your console for Christmas sales, and then Tom, Dick, and Harry over there for their new console advertised God of War or Starfield, who are you going to go and buy? As someone that doesn't know much about games, are you going to spend £500 on a console that's advertising Sea of Stars, or £500 on a console that's advertising Starfield or God of War? Right? I think that one's obvious. I think the second part here that he's not really taking into consideration and trying to take this into rage bait, clickbait is that £100 that they're charging for Spider-Man over 2 years. You know, it's £50 a year. It really depends how they deliver that game. If they deliver it as, hey, this is Spider-Man 3 Part 1, and you kind of have like a 20, 22, 25-hour experience in that first game, and then it kind of ends where it should end, leading on to, say, something else that's going to happen. But, you know, the main arc of that kind of concludes, or I guess leaves it on a cliffhanger for the second game. I guess that's okay. That's technically 2 different games, right? But if they like go along and say, right, this is the end of disc 1, wait 1 year to continue swinging across this island, that's a problem. But they're essentially pricing this at 2 different games, as it just depends on how they deliver it. But at $50 a game, isn't that what he's trying to say that they want? I'm a little confused.
Sony, in their own internal reporting, said they spent $350 million making Spider-Man 2 on the PlayStation 5. The original Spider-Man on PlayStation 4 cost $110 million. That means they spent 3 times the amount for a game that is better, but it ain't 3 times better. Now, this is apparently what they're terrified of. Is
it actually even better than the original Spider-Man? I've I've spoken to people who have told me that the original Spider-Man with all its enemies was actually a better experience overall in terms of story and delivery and just the villains that you had to fight. So I've actually been told that the original was better. Because this one, all you really fought was Kraven, a bit of Venom, and that's it, right? This is the problem. There was nothing memorable in this game. If there was any other bosses, I genuinely... Oh, right, there was a crocodile as well, right? Doc Ock. But I don't remember anything else that was a boss. Was there any other bosses in this game? There was nothing memorable. And I think that's why this game just overall was forgotten so quickly. It had all the graphical flair, but it left nothing memorable to the person that played it. Like, there are still parts that I can go back to in Grandia from years ago, Grandia 2, that I remember vividly. Metal Gear Solid. And, you know, lots of games I can go back to. But with Spider-Man 2, there just was nothing there. So I don't think it was worth the $350 million that they invested. I don't think, as a consumer, you saw the difference between Spider-Man 1 and 2.
Is that their games cannot be profitable. They cannot stay liquid. They can't actually just stay an independent thing if they're not able to generate more cash per big exclusive. Now, a lot of people are talking about this is just completely insane, and this is a long-term issue. If a highly successful and respected developer under a successful console manufacturer is worried about breaking even on one of their most successful games, AAA development is just not safe. None of these developers are safe. Certainly none of the Western ones. Capcom and Square reuse assets at least.
But that's a given, right? We've seen so many studios this year who have failed. I mean, Callisto Protocol is a prime example of where the game didn't sell, break even, so they pretty much got rid of like 70% of their staff. What's that? Avium, Immortals of Avium. They're gone. Well, not gone, but they also got rid of like what 70% of their staff because the game just didn't sell. Now they're relying on PlayStation and Xbox to put the game on their services so they can make some of that money back.
It's no longer a fringe conspiracy that AAA development is inherently unsustainable without massive changes. It is now an undeniable fact. So, here's what we're getting at. PlayStation has found themselves to be in a very weird spot that I do think is self-inflicted. PlayStation is massive. The PS5 brand especially is just bonkers. I mean, they've already sold 50 million PlayStation 5s, which, I mean, I'm still just as shocked about. It doesn't seem possible, to be quite honest, but obviously...
Why? The PS2 sold 165 million. The Nintendo Switch has sold 140 million.
The PlayStation 5 is selling crazy, crazy numbers, but a lot of people are just discussing, okay, so PS5 is way out in front. That means they're selling the most games, right? Well, not always the case. Their stuff is popular. Spider-Man 2 sold 5 million copies in 11 days, so that's definitely huge. But
and then it shoehorned down. Their sales numbers just dropped. I mean, that's a perfect way to pause them as well. Completely on meth. You can see it. But yeah, their sales numbers dropped. Final Fantasy 16 was another example of this, where after they sold 3 million in 3 days, and then it flatlined completely. Their sales numbers went down by like 90 to 95%.
But how is that not enough? How is this just something that's making it so they can barely survive? I guess I'm confused by the leaks that talk about PlayStation trying to figure out how to fire employees quicker, how to cut cost in development, how they can shut down possibly particular studios to make it so the more profitable ones stay in the green longer. That's the weirdness of this. Insomniac Games is one of their best. Insomniac is their money maker. PlayStation is so heavily reliant on the Spider-Man brand. If Spider-Man isn't profitable, it's no longer a video game problem. It's no longer a gaming problem. It's a business problem. And in my opinion, this is not the solution. Trying to sell your own games off in parts to make extra cash off of your dedicated fan base.
But that's something that your fan base is willing to lap up. Unless people push back, that's going to be the norm. You'll have, The Last of Us Part 3, Part 1, Last of Us Part 3, Part 2. But that's the norm. See, the problem here isn't so much the business has a problem. But there's a bigger problem here. Back during the PS2, the PS3, and even to a certain extent the early PS4 days, everyone kind of accepted a level of standard of games. Like the Zone of the Enders, the Metal Gear 5s and whatnot, right? Everyone kind of accepted that standard and it was okay. Then somewhere during the PS4 era, they entered with these walking simulators, story-driven cinematic universes where they told a rich story with great cinematics, great cutscenes, great narrative, and minimal gameplay along the way. And people jumped onto these. And the problem was they did extremely well. Now, as a business, you're looking at your sales and it's going at like, 60%, 50%, 40%, hovering between, 40, 50%. And then suddenly you release a game and it's like, oh, damn, that just went up to like 75, 80%. Okay, so people clearly like this. So then they experiment with a second one. And then they see that standard is also upheld. They're making those sales. After 3 or 4 of those games, however, that becomes the standard that people expect. Not the one that was there previously. But the problem is, over time, if you keep releasing the same type of game over and over again, and you use the same formula, just like we've seen in Destiny, that same template is used over and over again, and it just gets stale and boring because it's just following the same tried and tested formula, the same template. Players drop, the interest drops, but the production of that doesn't drop. What they turn around and say is, right, we're going to up the production a bit more to try and get those players back. And it becomes a vicious cycle as they try to make it better and better and better, because people expect it now to be better than the last one. But the problem is, the players aren't coming back. It's all good you selling 50 million consoles, but if those 50 million aren't buying the games and all they're buying is they're playing Fortnite, buying Call of Duty, buying Minecraft, playing Apex Legends. It doesn't matter that those people have bought the console. They're not buying the games. And if they're not buying the games, that 50 million unit doesn't mean anything. At the same time, that contract that they've made with Marvel is redonkulous. All those bundled console sales that they have of Spider-Man that get shipped out, they're losing 50% of the game price per sale with that. Now, I'm guessing after they've actually broken even, or they've hit maybe 8 million sales, that 50% is going to slowly go down and trickle down, and it's based on performance because it's a value between 35% and 50%. But if the game isn't profitable, Marvel will take 50% royalties. That's a lot, by the way. From the box prices, they're taking 26%. Shop owners in the shops will take around 5-10% themselves. That leaves Sony with about 65%. They're actually getting less than they would with digital. They're actually getting 64% instead of the 100% they're getting on digital. So with these box prices, they're losing a lot of money as well. DLC, they're losing a lot of money. So it's not a great place to be in right now for them. But at the same time, no one held a gun to their head to sign these contracts. Sony is big enough where they could have tried to fight against it. God only knows what a Blade contract looks like, right? But at the same time, Microsoft is so big, they can weather that storm. They could just soak it up within Microsoft and say, right, this is, as long as we get like a 5% growth in Game Pass, it's worth it. It's done its job, because now that 5% growth is going to bring us 500 million a year. That's the way Microsoft are looking at it in terms of revenue. They're not looking at the box price. They're looking at how many people will Blade get to sign up to Game Pass to play it. Because if people are, if 1 million people were to buy Blade, the chances of having 5 million sign up to play it on Game Pass is more realistic. Because people are going to sign up to that and then play other games with the illusion that they're getting more, well, not the illusion, but the knowledge that they're getting more. That $10 a month seems a lot more lucrative. And when someone turns around and tells them, hey, instead of buying this digitally for $70, why not just sign up to Game Pass for 130 quid? Or 150 quid even, if the price goes up. You'll play Blade, which is going to cost you $75. And then you'll play another game that's going to come along from the system, or any of the other 500 games that are on there. If you play any of the day one releases, that makes up the other £70. And then everything you play for the rest of the year, including your Xbox Live, is covered. They then go and turn around and tell their friend, hey, look, this and this is, it's a great deal. The last officially released numbers for Game Pass was 25 million. That has now increased to 45 million, as we saw with the actual leaks that Microsoft leaked within those documents. That's a lot of money, right? Let me just get a calculator up real quick. We are talking, I'm going to price this at $7, right? That is, did I do that right? No. 7 times 12 equals that times 45 million. That's 3,780,000,000, right? And that's if everyone signed up to the basic Game Pass. Now, the majority, as we know, is most likely going to go with either Core, which is a £60 a month, or with the Ultimate. So if we round this up, we're probably looking at 4.2 billion, give or take, that's Microsoft are making right now. If Blade then adds another 5% onto that in terms of just subscriptions, that's huge. And that's what Microsoft is looking at, and that's why Microsoft can soak it. Sony isn't in that position. And that's the position they need to be in. That's why the forward thinking of Game Pass was so revolutionary by Phil Spencer. Just look at it this way, right? Once they get to 50 million subscribers, if they increase the value of Game Pass, the cost of Game Pass by £1, I know the media is going to go on a riot because of that £1. But that's 50 million a month. Right? That's 600 million extra revenue a year just from that £1 increase. 600. And it will still be the best value in gaming. That's why Game Pass is such an amazing deal right now. And for Microsoft, as time goes on and they push that price up by £1 here, £1 there every other year, it's just going to be instant cash revenue. And this is something that Sony doesn't have. They've increased their PlayStation subscription prices, but where's the value? They haven't added any value to their service. It's in a bad place. And the only people that are to blame for this are the PlayStation fans, because they enabled it. They allowed it. They made it so Sony can do this. And now they're crying. Now they're moaning. They're the ones that wanted this. They're the ones that championed this sort of thing. What did they think? That everyone, the prices of games were going to go to 600 million and they were still going to get games at $70. Microsoft was going to go third party and they were still going to sit at games at $70. Is this what they honestly think? I mean, are PlayStation fans really this delusional? Are they like this completely out of it? They can't see that by trying to create a monstrous monopoly within the industry, that this was always going to be the way it went. Where Sony's arrogance was always going to push forward, like it did with the PS3 era, where they thought they were untouchable and they quickly got humbled real fast, real quick. I don't get it. Like, in what world do these ponies live in?
It doesn't just feel malicious, it feels stupid. This does not feel like the solution to this problem. But I guess I really don't know what is.
Wait, where did my camera go?
I am an old school gamer. I've grown up and played a lot of games that had bad graphics and great stories. The original Final Fantasy VII, a lot of those people kind of look like Lego blocks. Still one of my favorite games of all time. This year, I completely loved Octopath Traveler 2. Doesn't exactly have the most incredible graphics you've ever seen, and yet it's a damn good experience.
Broke.
My point here is that I think as an industry, we need to find a way to move away from this obsession with hyper-realistic graphics. Some games having it is fine, like GTA having crazy graphics, Red Dead having crazy graphics, Cyberpunk having crazy graphics. Like, that kind of stuff is understandable. But I think we're getting to a point where we're hitting diminishing returns visually,
Let me see
and
if I
we've
can fix this. I don't know what's going on with the camera. I mean, that's showing fine. How strange. Give me a second. Let me close this. My camera still isn't back. The fuck? I know what it is. Fuck's sake. I know what it is. Nope, wrong one. I know what it is. It's this one, right? Yeah. It's the times key. I had it as a hotkey for Kong. So yes, you're right. Kong broke my game. Kong broke the stream. I can't believe it. It was Kong. It was a setting I set up for Kong because Kong doesn't actually fucking work. But that also broke my whole chat as well. You guys have been chatting and it stopped chatting for scrolling for ages. Let's finish this video and I'll try to catch up with some of it.
Completely past diminishing returns financially. If your most popular game on the most popular console in the world is your biggest selling game of the year and you're still broke, something is wrong.
Not enough PlayStation players are buying the game. It's that simple. There is not enough PlayStation players buying the game. That's it. You need more people to buy it. There's 50 million goddamn units out there. And you're telling me that they still can't break even with 50 million units?
I don't know. It's a complicated issue, but jacking up the price, turning your debt into players' issues just doesn't seem like the correct solution. At least not to me. What do you guys think about this? Is this something that you feel like can be solvable? Are you willing to pay $100 for a big game? I guess we're gonna find out. I mean, if frickin' Rockstar Games drops GTA 6 and it's $100, I mean, I feel like it's still gonna sell, but I don't know. I just don't like the idea of the most expensive hobby that I already love getting more pricey.
I mean, GTA 6 will sell even if it's priced at 150. It's going to sell. It's the most anticipated game probably of all time right now. It doesn't matter how much they put the price tag on GTA 6. Trying to compare any PlayStation game to GTA 6 is a false fallacy.
10 years ago, I made a video saying make games cheaper. And the example I gave 10 years ago in a video was essentially asking if they sold Call of Duty in two $30 chunks, a $30 chunk for the campaign and a $30 chunk for the single player, would it be more lucrative? Would it end up getting more people that just wanted one or the other to actually buy into it? And I still think about that. I still think about a way to sell people exactly what they want. But this, in my mind, is the opposite direction. It's chopping things up to make them more expensive instead of more accessible. But that's just my 2 cents. I love you guys a bunch. Please like this video and...
Yeah. I'm getting good at capturing his face like that. I am. I'm getting real good. All right, let's see where it actually stopped, because it stopped tracking quite a bit. All right, all right. Just trying to. That was that. The imploded. The whole game's about how. I think it actually stopped working when I was watching that Zomboid game. It's just a video showing a piece of. Oh, that's a review tech. I wouldn't mind watching again. The whole game is about how you died, basically. Project Zomboid. This ain't half baked. What did I miss? Dreamcast guy sounds like he's crying in this. I mean, he's upset because this is what they advocated for. If you give a company enough power, enough arrogance, they will trample all over you. The one thing that I like about the Xbox community is, sure, they do shill for Game Pass. They do love Game Pass. They do promote Game Pass. But if Microsoft step out of line, you see all the Xbox content creators calling them out. And they call them out a lot. All content creators from Xbox, when the Brazil price was there, was being vocal, calling them out. This is not the way. This is bad. You know, whatever the reason was for increasing in Brazil, whether it was justified or not, the fact is they were calling them out. You don't get that with PlayStation. They only say, you pay for greatness. You've got crap games, so, you know, you wouldn't understand. So why is it now a problem if they increase it to $100? This is literally the things you advocated for. Sounds like he's loading up to justify. He is. He kind of tries to justify and then doesn't. This is how you died. It's like the tagline for the game. Every time you make a new character, it starts. I might check the game out. You know what game I do want to play, folks? And I think it might actually be fun if people have it and we can like jump on Discord and have a bit of fun, like a community night, is Lethal Company. I really want to play that game. PlayStation for the payers. I mean, it's been the way for ages, right? They're becoming a fashion brand like Apple. That's exactly what Sony has become. PlayStation has become a fashion brand. Dude, I actually recorded some footage. That video review that I did, if you haven't seen it, please do go check it out. The support means a lot. But it is out there now, so go find it on my channel. Do check it out. But I tried to get the footage off the iPhone because my workplace gave me an iPhone for a work phone. iPhone 15. And as I transferred it to my desktop, it deleted it off. It basically transferred a 0 kilobyte file and removed it from the iPhone. It's such a bad phone. I do not like iPhones. I'm an Android guy. Dreamcast guys in the I'm eating dinner. Can you please put this video in podcast mode and get rid of his face? Blame Sony. No one. AI generated. Jeez. Yeah, when they add more money on the cost by hiring Sweet Baby. Last of Us 3 on PS3 started this. Yeah. Last of Us 3. And Last of Us on PS3. That was when the bar was set. And people liked it. And because of it, everyone went crazy and they demanded more and more. I hate that idea. Don't split up games. It looks like that may be the way that they're going, though. Oh, I wanted Lethal Company 2. It's cheap and, well, because early access. £8.50 is not bad, right? Get that man a raise. You're losing money. We need to charge more. Exactly. Why not do episodic gaming? Charge full price for sections of my game? Pretty much. Pretty much. Just like Final Fantasy VII Remake. But the thing with Final Fantasy VII Remake is that game was, what, 60 hour... They turned, what, a 5-hour, 10-hour part of the game into 60 hours, and it didn't feel like filler. I think 7 Remake was different. It felt different. It felt bigger. It felt more fleshed out. Right? It's not like they like that part of the game was the same size as disc 1. If you know what I mean. You kind of covered most of that within the first 10 hours of the game on the PlayStation. But that was like a 60, 70-hour game on the PS5 version. The funny thing is he only ever hypes AAA games. Yeah. Oh, I just realized Sony wants all their studios to go the Bungie route, full price DLC every year. That's highly possible, but the FMVs are what made it special back in the day, right? We all love the FMVs. That moment when Sephiroth jumped down at the end of disc 1 and you realized all your effort with Aerith went down the drain. It was an emotional moment for multiple different reasons. Maybe he should rip off one of his Spider-Man shirts. No, that only applies to Bethesda. Venom is Spider-Man 2 Part 2. Yeah, that probably makes sense. Well, no, Venom is coming as a DLC, isn't it? I mean, they say it's its own game, but I think it's just a 8 to 10 hour experience. To me, anything that's like an 8-hour experience is DLC. Horizon Forbidden West, Burning Shores, I think was like 15 hours, 18 hours, and that was DLC. But I thought that was good enough. That was actually better than the base game. Spider-Man episodic. Sony is literally becoming Square Enix. Yeah. The story is worse into. Yeah, I've heard that, NC. I've heard that multiple times. That the actual overall experience of Spider-Man 2 is worse than Spider-Man 1. I was watching his YouTube Xbox channel, and he was acting like Reed's Forge Gaming, and I had to exit out of it because it was getting me so mad that I unsubscribed. Devontae, who? This guy? Well, the first Spider-Man game didn't have Peter saying in a toxic relationship with Mary Jane as the main plot point. Yeah, there's that. My favorite one was where you played as 4 different Spider-Man and it had different art styles. You know what? When they actually released those Spider-Man games from Activision onto Game Pass, that's going to be huge. Because some of them are actually really good. The parts where Emma dies in MGS2 is sadder than anything in modern games are. Don't remind me, Leaf Storm! Redfall would have killed Arcane if Xbox didn't own them. I think so too. NC. But you know what's the best thing about Redfall? That right now it's actually a good game. It's actually a good game now. I know people won't look at it and people are going to meme on that shit like there's no tomorrow. But it's actually a fun game now. Only Miles Morales came close. I think Miles Morales actually did cover it quite well. I think it showed that it had a return of investment of 114%. Callisto failed. I know a dev that worked on it. He never mentioned anything about it, no layoffs. They didn't do very well, Steve. The layoffs was for the company I mentioned after. But I know Callisto didn't break even. They didn't make their money back. So there was layoffs, but I don't know about how much. I can't remember how much. I don't mind when a game studio reuses assets if it means the game is more expansive because of it. Monster Hunter reuses weapon and monster assets to expand the enemy roster. Yep, just don't do a Destiny, where 99% of the game is reused assets. He was saying you have to pay him so you don't get commercials on YouTube channel, and there was an Xbox guy, so people was paying him. He's taking... Oh, that's Reforge Gaming. Yeah, that's Reforge Gaming. I'll never tell you to do that. If you want to support what I do and drop a super chat here or there or a membership out of the goodness of your heart, happy days. But the fact that you're here and watching me, what I'm streaming, supporting what I do, that's enough for me. I'm happy. Xbox 360 sold over 80 million. Xbox 360 was GOAT. It was great. Games need to start letting people mod them easily. A lot of the big PC games all have their own modding communities. Yeah, but then you've got people like Capcom who are very upset that you are modding their games because they can't monetize it. Everyone who wanted the game pre-ordered it. Pretty much. Final Fantasy 16 was hurt by being exclusive. I mean, Final Fantasy 7 Remake did really well, right? That was exclusive. I just think in this economic climate, making a game exclusive, especially with, you know, the cost of living crisis that is hit globally, and it's still here. People are still suffering with that cost of living crisis. You know, it's buying a game is becoming more and more a luxury. So people are now being more selective in what they can buy. And that's just the way it is, right? Ponies will swallow anything that they throw at them. I thought they wanted to support the devs. That's called Twitter trolls, anime. Twitter trolls. Spider-Man has licensing and royalties. Spider-Man also relies on expensive cutscenes rather than games. Spider-Man also went to photorealism style. I mean, it's the royalties that's murdering Spider-Man. If it wasn't for the royalties, they would have broken even quite easily. But that royalties up to 50% is bonkers, man. It's going to be interesting to find out, if we ever do find out, what the Blade ones are. How Microsoft managed to do that. Mate, I am so excited for 14. That's going to be good. Coming to Xbox. Now, all I need to do is make sure I can get the collector's edition. I don't even care which version I get. Not very long. I was never very good at Zomboid. I need map to play survival games, even if I have to find a map myself at a gas station or something. At the moment, though, I just play on Builder, so I think there's less thing. They only added a map recently, and I haven't played it recently. Well, at least they've got a map, because in Kong, you don't even have that. And if anyone calls that map a map, I swear to God, you and me, we need to jump into Discord and have some discussions. Sony spending money that they don't got to make AAA games. They're going to kill the company because it was getting too big for bridges. Guys, look. Just a few months ago, Sony was buying 2K and Rockstar, right? Right? They were buying Rockstar, right? Spider-Man 2 cinematics alone cost 40 million compared to Alan Wake. Alan Wake 2 was a far superior game to Spider-Man 2. It looked graphically better. I think the voice acting was superior. I think the storytelling was better. Sure, the gameplay was Alan Wake, so I'll give it that. You know, you either like it or you don't like that kind of rigidness around it. But overall, in my opinion, Alan Wake 2 was just a far superior game. And it costs so much less to make. I don't understand where the cost of these games are going. That is the problem. The maps are actually... Most of their games are too safe. It is. Yeah, 50%. Yikes. Marvel's scalping heads on them. Hey, Kabini Gaming. Thank you for that follow. The worst part, Chaos, I don't think those Spider-Man bundles are selling very well. I've seen huge stacks of them at retail. The COD bundle sold out instantly because COD sells. COD, it doesn't even need to try. It just sells. And this is why, like, you see a lot of ponies saying, we don't want live service games. Dude, those live service games are what keep the lights on. You only need one good one, and Destiny isn't it. But one good one is what you want. And it's happy days. You are going to be reeling that money in just from that. It's just a cash cow. If the game is good, that's even better, because then even more people are going to actually want to spend money on it. Jim Ryan made a lot of bad business moves. He was in charge, making sure the games are good. How are your business license? Because you stuck in one company. He made some odd decisions. He wasn't a gamer, but I think with the gas, he had the right idea. That was how he was going to maintain Sony kept afloat. them cancelling all their gas projects, sure, it's an investment, but now they've got no money coming in. Those gas projects were what going to keep the lights turned on. Microsoft could probably buy Marvel from Disney. I mean, yeah, they're big enough. 80% of Game Pass subs go for Ultimate. Is there any proof of that? Because if there is, then that figure that I said at 4.2 billion will probably be roughly about 4.5 billion. Is that 45? I thought it was 30. No, it's 45 million. But that's including PC Game Pass Ultimate, and Game Pass Core. Actually, I don't even know if Game Pass Core is in that number. No, it's not. Because Game Pass had... Actually, I'm not sure. Because 15 million at the time was, during the 25 million, or was it the 45 million? PC Game Pass is at about 15 million users anyway. Possibly higher. Chaos has disappeared. Growth, profit growth. Okay, we're getting to the end now. Head can't think properly. Late at the moment. Total Chaos is black. I didn't know Dirty Griggity was going to take over this show. If you know, you know. I know, Atty. I know. You know what? Let's get rid of this guy because no one wants to see his face. Let's just go here for now. Why couldn't it be? Let's see. Can see Game Pass adding another tier as well, same as Ultimate, but add options for you playing Game Pass. See, I think they might add another tier for Activision Blizzard. I know that's really unpopular, but I think it might. David Jaffe said Xbox should get out of the console business, and I was thinking to myself, if I think this guy is slow. He uses big words to hide it, its security because he said he wants it. I don't know what David Jaffe has some weird takes at times. What do you mean, Chaos? Sony has NFTs. Yeah, how did that work out for them, Leaf? How did that work out for them? He is living in the past because games are not made the same. I agree. I know we can't see Dreamcast anymore. How tragic. The problem with Sony's approach is that they assume every game they release will do gangbusters, and that's just not realistic. You're gonna release some stinkers. The biggest disappointment is the fact that, Ratchet and Clank didn't break even. Ratchet and Clank didn't break even. Twitch censor bar has moved to YouTube. Taz, you punk. Has anyone checked the sound? Hey, the sound works. I cannot listen to this clown. He was the same clown who was trash talking Xbox game graphics. Now he wants to sing Kumbaya. Yeah, Samuel. Yeah. Dreamcast guys broke your webcam. He did. Hey, I'm getting to the end. If there's any other videos that I haven't found that's of interest that you want me to react to, now's a good time to let me know. While I'm going through this, Dreamcast guy used his AI. Oh my god, 50 million units, but only 6 million sales. Yeah, I mean, if that was like if they made like 20% in sales from those consoles, the thing is, this isn't like a Last of Us game, or this is really worrying, right? This is the thing. Spider-Man is one of the biggest iconic characters in the world. And if they can't break even with Spider-Man, and this is something that Dreamcast guy said, which I agree with, shock horror, it's their biggest franchise. And if they can't break even, they have a seriously big problem on their hands. Spider-Man is bigger than God of War, The Last of Us, Uncharted, Ratchet and Clank, Returnal. It's bigger than all of them. Right? If I ask my kid, all of my kids, out of all of those, which one actually means more to them? All of them are going to pick Spider-Man because he's the most iconic. when Timmy buys a PlayStation, he's not buying it for God of War, he's buying it for Spider-Man. But if only 6 million sold out of 50 million units, there's a serious problem there. I know, Jem, I know. I know what it was. I lost focus on one of the windows. I need to use a third monitor. Microsoft where is it? We're almost there, chat. We're almost there. I'd like to read through the comments. At least I thought we was almost there. It's like GTA 6 at $100 or more. I wouldn't like it, but I'd pay it. Yep. Remember when people were pissed off for Final Fantasy 7 being in parts? They were. But mainly because the guy that's making it takes 50 years to make a game. If he wants cheaper games, buy early access stuff. Wait, he doesn't like digital too. Baldur's Gate 3 was £11 in early access before it went full price. £11 was a steal. Ponies believing their own propaganda. Yep. They sat back and said nothing when Sony increased their games to $70 and now act surprised that Sony isn't stopping at 70. 100% Atty. That's exactly the point. By the way, Lion, welcome to the stream. I got my first iPhone in November 20. It was a present iPhone 12 and I still use it. Does everything I require. From what I've heard, the new ones are terrible. I mean, I just don't like it. It has a fantastic camera though. Best camera I've seen on a phone. But what's the point if you can't actually remove it? I went to a diehard Apple fan and I said, hey, I want to take this off there. And he goes, you can't. So what's the point of putting it on the phone? Well, who wants to transfer videos they record? That was literally their response to me. Who wants to take a video off their phone? That you freaking brainwashed donkeys. I found The Last of Us on PS3 to look very good, but I didn't like the gameplay or combat. It was streamlined. It is what it was. The first part of Final Fantasy Remake was longer than all of the Insomniac games they put out. It was. And it's very enjoyable too. Tifa did look good in that dress. Hang on, that banner behind you is Final Fantasy, now on Xbox. Wayne's World, it is coming to Xbox, yes. In February. It was supposed to be here in October, but because of the release of the new expansion being in the summer, they've decided to push it to February to polish it up a little bit more. And when it comes on Xbox in February, to my understanding, it should be free for everyone to jump in to play. And the paid subscription should start when the new expansion comes out. I hope they don't kill her in the remake. I have a feeling they won't. Dreamcast guy needs a body pillow. I love Sony, which is why I couldn't cap for them this gen. Only thing I got on PS5 was Spider-Man 2. Redfall is fun, still can be improved, but it is fun, a lot of fun. Yeah. I need to hear back to Redfall one of these days, but damn, the backlog is... Yeah, I get it. Redfall would have been more fun if you told me about you playing it that day. I could have cancelled my family for it. Hey, you came and saw me and you still left. I feel betrayed. Final Fantasy 15 still... Did it? I'm not sure of the sales on Final Fantasy 15. But then again, Final Fantasy 15 was available on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox day one. So that's a little different to being available on one platform. I just wondered, I've not played Final Fantasy since the original PlayStation. Each Final Fantasy is absolutely different and unique. The only ones that are connected are Final Fantasy 4 and the after years. You got Final Fantasy, the currently 7 with the Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3. You've got the spin-offs with Dirge of Cerberus, the mobile games. You got Final Fantasy 10 and 10-2, 13, 1, 2, and 3. But all the others, like all the other installments, are individual. So it doesn't matter where you start. I think it's Shadowbringers. Yeah, it should be Shadowbringers. But I just recommend just buying the whole collection. It should be a massive sale if you get like the complete edition. And one thing I will say with Final Fantasy 14, bear with the original expansion. They've done a lot of work to it, but until you get to a certain point where the story really kicks in, it starts as a slow RPG. It's a bit of a chore, but once you get to around the point where you have to start invading the main area, the main like plot area, that's when it really kicks open. And once you get to Heaven's Ward, which is the first expansion, you won't put it down. It's a phenomenal story. Kabini Gaming, thank you for that follow. Oh my god, Rockstar, I had no idea. Alan Wake 2 was amazing. Definitely felt the love behind the game. What is the mapping, Kong? That's exactly the correct question you should ask me, because there is no map. Sony buying Namco and Square Enix too. Yep, I remember that. Really? Yep, Sony apparently were buying everyone. If you looked at Nicola and Hyped and Unleashed, they were buying 2K, Rockstar, Namco, Konami. They were buying From Software. Apparently, they were just buying everyone because they had infinite money. Game Labs Reboot subbed. Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate it. Game subs came from EU Ultimate. Documentation related to ABK. Oh, that is fucking awesome. That means they made a lot of money, Edward. I spent about 85 hours on Starfield, and I don't think I'm even halfway through the game. I spent 60 hours, and I'm about maybe 20% through the game. With Game Pass Ultimate, which accounts for nearly 70 to 80% of the current. That's crazy. Bold Alpha Wolf Pack with that $10 super chat. Premium Starfield was $100 plus tax. If Sony is going to release a God of War I can put hundreds of hours into, I'll show up for it. But I won't pay $100 for an 8 to 15 hour experience. Yeah, I can totally see that. I can totally see that. I can totally see that. The base decks were being destroyed by meta paying decks. Yeah. Really? The Twitch nonsense is on YouTube. Hey, leave me alone, man. Oh my god, there is a lot of... We're almost there, chat. Is it still too soon to watch Alex video? I'll put on the Alex video. No worries. I'm almost done here. It's kind of hard being a gamer when you're poor. Yeah. That's why Game Pass is such a freaking great deal. You're inflating then. Offhand, Spider-Man 2 needs 7 million sales, 7.1 million to be exact. To break even, latest figures I recall suggest 6 million sales. That's correct, but sales have slowed. But this is the other thing. 7.1 million based on what sales? Digital and box sales? Because if the bundles are being included in that sales, they're losing 50% of that money. So that 7.1 could easily be 7.4 million, right? Personally, I played through Spider-Man and Miles Morales, but felt like Spider-Man 2 just offered more of the same. No rush to purchase. I hear that a lot. Did you see JTech TV, a big PlayStation pony, bought an Xbox and stuck that hit? I did not. You should send me the link. If Wolverine is on 11 hours, I won't buy it full price. I'll wait. I think they said it's about 11 to 12 hours, right? 10 to 12 hours, Wolverine. Venom is 8 to 10 hours. Spider-Man should at least be doing 30 mil. Sony said their install base across PS4 and PS5 was 136 million. If the PS4 plateaus at 114 to 17 million, their totals are 136 million. PS5 sales would be off by 20 million consoles. Hey, Josh, how's it going, my dude? Sorry, my chat stopped working, Josh. If you're still in chat, I'm just making my way through everything. I locked out of the iPhone because it couldn't remember my password. That's when I stopped. I really enjoyed your channel, so I've just subscribed on my second channel, Game Labs Reboot. Best way I can support. Thanks so much, Wayne's World. I appreciate it. Final Fantasy 13 was one of my first on the 360. It's a good game. I really like it. It's one of my favorite Final Fantasies. Is a good thing for more players on earlier content? Yeah, it is. Guys, listen. Final Fantasy 14. I know some of you are going to be jumping on the NA servers, on the NA data centers, but for those of you that are on the EU, I am on Light server with Odin data center. I'm on the Light data center, not Chaos. There are reasons for that. I would have gone Chaos, but I got thrown into Light when they introduced data centers. And I'm on Odin server. But you can jump around the actual data center, so it doesn't matter where you are. And I think you can actually move data centers now as well. You can visit other data centers, but I don't know if you can visit other region data centers. So just a heads up. Final Fantasy 10 and 10-2, plus there's a sequel to 12 on DS called Revenant Wings. There is a sequel. Revenant Wings is often regarded as non-canon, even though it is canon. It's just such a bad game that everyone wants to forget about it. They still think Sony is going to buy Capcom. Capcom is so much stronger than Sony right now. Capcom is huge. But you can also play the free-to-play stuff up to Stormblood before you buy the expansion, because you have to pay for a sub if you buy them. Yep. Quick, everyone, say something so he has to... You are Swipe Nate! Josh, I'm doing well, thanks. I'm doing well. Thank you so much. How you doing, buddy? Not bad, mate. Yeah, still here. Good stuff. Anything 15 hours or less is DLC territory to me. A full price game should at least be 25 hours or more. I think it depends on the actual game. I think some games at 25 hours have overstayed their welcome. Not all games need to be that long. I think if the game provides a meaningful story, a good enough experience where you are content and satisfied, I think it's okay. You don't want a Assassin's Creed style, hey, I'm going to pad this game with bullshit side quests for 20 hours just to make up the time. As for the pricing, yeah, I think they should be slightly cheaper. They said Sony was buying Take-Two or CDPR. I know. All right, so you lot wanted to... This is the link to... Oh, it's a stream? If it's a stream, it's a problem. Oh, no, it's Alex. This is the one.
Greg Miller is in fact... This one actually turned...
I don't know, if everyone could just... I'm putting the link in the description. Please do go and drop a like for his video. I know he's got 2.2k. Guy's crazy. He gets way more views than me. Unacceptable, really. Of course he's going to buy an Xbox. Look, everyone keeps saying, I don't need to buy a PC, an Xbox, because I can just get a PC. Yeah. I don't need to buy a £500 console. I'm going to go spend £1,500 on a PC. I don't even understand the logic there. Man, Alex looks tired.
Turns out pretty okay, because that was 45 minutes of my life wasted. But anyways, though, let's talk about fanboys, gaming journalists, and the actual relationships that are going on between them and game developers, because apparently it turns out that Insomniac was indeed hacked over the past couple of days, and there are going to be some insane leaks that are floating around the internet. Now, with that being said, there was everything between builds for Wolverine, the actual schedule for all the Marvel games that Insomniac is actually working on, and on top of that, massive amounts of personal data being leaked all over the internet because of this actual hack. Now, you know what? Nobody really cares about the actual personal data. Everybody's in fact talking about not only all the insane stuff happening behind the scenes in the video game actual space, but also the fact that Wolverine has been totally put online and there are actual people playing the PC build of that game right now. In my opinion, PC day and date for Sony is definitely on the horizon. That's just my guess on the whole
Guy's a
matter.
troll,
But you
man.
see, there are certain outlets that have been covering this correctly.
Jesus.
In fact, pointing out all of the actual details happening in this leak that is, of course, spreading like the internet like wildfire. But there are other outlets, however, that are taking a different approach, a holier than thou approach. And those are going to be the people that we're going to be focusing on today. Because you see, the issue that I'm having with all of this is the fact that there are gaming journalists and outlets now trying to defend game developers and then using that relationship between them to not throw them under the bus, which even then it's not really doing that. You're honestly just reporting on the actual news that happened. But hey, let's talk about ethics in gaming journalism, shall we? Because we've got PlayStation fanboy salt, game developer salt, and journalistic integrity salt today. A trifecta of all known sorts. Greg Miller tweets out, "This Insomniac leak is an invasion of privacy done on a massive scale. That's why today we will not be reporting on the details of the leak. Instead, we'll discuss how this affects the people working on your favorite game."
Do you know what's the worst part about what Greg Miller said? Do you know what's the worst part about what Greg Miller said? Just the day before he reported on the leaks for Suicide Squad. Literally 24 hours before, he reported on leaks on Suicide Squad. That's messed up.
Honey, you've got a big storm coming.
Oh, Greggy Weggy, the apple of my eye. Let's go ahead and talk about you because you are, of course, the main person everybody's been talking about the last few days. Greg, do you want to know why? Well, it's because of this tweet you actually made. You see, the thing is, everybody knows you have been directly going ahead and talking about every other leak that's actually happened. In fact, the day before you actually made this exact tweet, you talked about the Suicide Squad leaks.
There you go.
Crazy, I know.
There you go. Right there. It's like less than how do you make a tweet like that after talking about the Suicide Squad Justice League? All that hard work and efforts from the developers that went into this, the human element, right? The human element that they keep talking about, the human element that they keep raising. I mean, what about the human element of the people who took the time and effort to write that story and create this game? Doesn't that count for anything? I guess not. I guess not. It only counts when it's my precious Sony. My precious Sony.
Imagine how things can change within 24 hours. You know what's even crazier? You also talked about the GTA 6 leaks that happened too. Yeah. One of the biggest games coming out in the next couple of years. But I know what everybody's going to be saying in the comments. People were saying that to me on Twitter as well. Oh, but Alex, those leaks didn't have personal information of the people.
But then what about the Capcom one that they reported on 3 years ago? Like I covered in my video. The one that all their personal details were exposed and they were jerking off to every single bit of news information coming from that leak. Where was the human element for that one?
That's why that was okay and this one is not. Well, let me burst a little bubble right now, shall we? You see, a few years ago, Greg and his friends at Kinda Funny, in fact, talked about the Capcom hack.
There you go. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm in the UK, dude. London. Definitely in London. I'm a Londoner. I'm a southeastern Londoner. And there you go, Capcom. Love it. Love it.
Not a leak, an actual hack, going over all the details that actually happened.
It is.
Even though this was a hack and had massive personal data of over 16,000 people in that space. Yet here we are, all of a sudden, Insomniac is too good to talk about and all the details of that hack, but Capcom actually isn't. Boy, I wonder if there's some sort of, I don't know, maybe a...
It's quite funny, Wayne. We were looking at Exeter to move not too long ago. That's not far from there. That's actually really damn close. Really close. I think most people, including Alex, misunderstood what the Xbox tax was. See, a lot of people looked at the Xbox tax as the review score and how the reviews were being downscaled for Xbox or given harshly. It's the Xbox tax is the fact that, I mean, you can see the Xbox tax in the Insomniac situation right now. If it was Microsoft in the same position as Insomniac, everyone and their grandma would have been tripping over themselves to try and report on that leak. But because it's Sony, everyone is trying to stay in check and not say a single word. Everything is just exaggerated when it comes to Xbox. Just like IGN reports about, just in case, you may not have heard that Elder Scrolls 6 is exclusive to Xbox and not coming to PlayStation 5. In case you didn't know, they did make about 13 to 17 posts regarding this. That's where the Xbox tax is. The fact that they kind of scrutinize Xbox more than they do with Sony. And I think, especially with Alex, I think he just didn't get that. I think he looked at it more as just, IGN engagement farming for review scores to try and get more clicks. Exactly, Edward. It's basically what I said. But yeah, Wayne's World. I was looking at those areas because my landlord wants me out of here. And based on my salary that I'm getting at work at the moment, London is very expensive without a guarantor. Jimquisition's just an idiot. There's nothing else to be said about Jimquisition. He's just an idiot. Hey, Station X.
Conflict of interest happening inside of this space, maybe, possibly, kind of, huh? Who knew? And the problem with all of this is truly the fact that we are now having outlets do this exact same thing. But you see, it's not over for little Gregster. No, it's not, little Greggy, Weggy, Peggy, Sweggy, Weggy. You see, you went ahead and the next day posted something like this. Greg Miller says a fantastic follow-up to yesterday's Insomniac Leak episode of Kinda Funny Games Daily. Thumbnails, headlines, Suicide Squad, Capcom, and more.
It's okay, Carl. Ooh, maybe it's not okay. But with computers nowadays,
the properties are really nice there too.
Oh, yes, the deflection absolutely begins. Here comes the gaslighting, by the way. Gotta love to see it. Go ahead, put up that by the way counter. I know you want to see it. So here we are now going ahead and deflecting once again, trying to now gaslight the actual audience that was calling you out and basically putting you out in 4K, 8K, 16K, 32K of your actual behavior, because in fact it is Insomniac you are now defending. You should not be defending any developers or talking about anything besides those actual leaks, because those leaks are in fact newsworthy. What's even funnier is this entire 7-minute video is your staff trying to go ahead and downplay all the other leaks that happened while basically just admitting they knew what they were doing with the Capcom leak and decided to change course on this one. Everything from, oh, we wanted to change the titles because everybody already knew about the leaks, so that's why we made them the leak videos for those, because nobody knew about those leaks, but everybody knew about the Insomniac leak. My boy, you clown, everybody knew about those leaks before you even made that video, you fucking moron. Why would you go ahead and say, leave Insomniac alone, when it literally puts a target on you and everybody else, saying, why are you defending?
Hey, you too, Station X. Hope you have a great one, my dude. Take it easy, Josh. Hope you have a nice Christmas. But yeah, I agree with what he's saying over here. It's not like anyone didn't know about those, but, you know, Greg knows that he completely and utterly screwed up. He messed up hard, like real hard. And now they're trying to damage control because they were caught red-handed and everyone is calling them out. And honestly, the best way to actually hit them where it hurts is just to unsubscribe. Oh, that's quite nice of you, Wayne.
a developer and a corporation in the first place. You're a news outlet. You're supposed to be part of the media. You're supposed to have integrity on this whole thing. Why are you now defending a developer? Oh, I know why. In fact, it doesn't even have to be me. Our boy Modern Vintage Gamer had to go out and expose Greg Miller and Kind of Funny throughout this whole bit. In fact, here it is. That's right. MVG of all people went ahead and just basically pointed out that Greg Miller is in fact inside Spider-Man 2. And he's had a relationship with Sony and PlayStation and Insomniac throughout all of these years. Instead of just actually saying, hey, you know what? Here at Kind of Funny, we have a relationship with PlayStation, we have a relationship with Insomniac. The last thing I want to do is tarnish that reputation or tarnish that relationship. So in the essence of just transparency, letting you know what's going on, we will not be covering the leaks because of the fact that I've been involved inside of Insomniac game development for Spider-Man 2. I'm in the actual game. And the one thing I don't want to do is break your trust and also the reputation and trust that I've had with Insomniac all of these years.
That's a very, very good way of putting it. And you know what? If Greg Miller came out and actually made that statement exactly the same way as Alex just did, I'd be perfectly okay with it. I would be 100% okay with it. Without a shadow of doubt. I would be.
If Greg Miller and Kind of Funny just did that, everybody would have literally left him alone. Nobody would be talking about him. Nobody would be trying to say, hey, look, you got caught in 4K, 8K, 16K. You're a hypocrite. What's going on here? And the second, now any other leak that happens, and you do talk about it, Kind of Funny and Greg Miller and all that staff, you now have the fact that you're going to be having this tweet being pulled up consistently upon you. So you're now putting yourself between a rock and a hard place instead of going through and having actual integrity about what your actual relationships are with game development studios.
Literally,
you've done this.
Perfect.
Congratulations, you played yourself. But you see, Greg, you're not the only one trying to defend an actual development studio and really just crossing the line between journalistic integrity and the actual users. No, there's more. Tamar Hussein says, really feel for the Insomniac crew, not just because it's putting all of their work out there, but also their lives. It's awful. This isn't a leak. It's a malicious breach that endangers people. Won't be covering the contents of it on GameSpot. Tom Warren then replies, genuinely curious. What's the difference here over covering the Capcom hack or the GTA 6 hack? Y'all cover the contents of both in detail.
Yeah. Smells like friggin' exhausted here. You know why I had?
I mean, he has a point, right? He has a point, right?
I want prostitutes to feel welcome. I don't want them to feel like it's a death trap.
It really is astounding to me that there are so few actual journalists in this actual space that truly give an iota of a fuck about what they actually do. One of them is, in fact, Gene Park. The other one is Tom Warren.
Maybe have a great
so
Christmas,
many
dude.
do not actually care about their job or how they operate or what's going on. In fact, I am friends with Paris from Kind of Funny, and he goes through and he admits everything and proposes everything to you, the actual player and consumer of that content. But we can't have other people go through and say, no, here's what we're doing. I have a relationship. Clearly, Tamar, something is going on because you turned around and in fact done the exact same thing with Capcom, like we're exposing with so many other people. Now, not you specifically, but of course GameSpot in general. With Glee, y'all reported all the details that occurred with Capcom, their actual game release list, all the people that had their identities taken and put online for the internet, all the schedules that were happening in 2020, and here we are once again. Now, all of a sudden, the media darling of Insomniac can't get any sort of criticism. We can't talk about them. They're our friends. We have relationships with them. But here we are actually having one or maybe two, maybe three actual journalists in this space finally doing their job and asking the real questions. You can absolutely go ahead and provide all the details that were occurring. You can talk about the humanity aspect of the entire leak of what's going on. You can then say, moving forward, this is how we are going to approach leaks that have personal data and information. You can do all of those things, but you chose not to do it, which really begs the question, why? Because you've done it before, but you're not doing it now. So what's the difference? It's not a good look, my boy. It's not a good look. But do you think it'll stop now? No. No. Brian Shea says, in light of the discourse this morning, I wanted to make clear that while Game Informer did cover the high-level news that a leak occurred involving Insomniac Games, we will not be covering the contents of the breach. Tom Warren, back at it again, says, I'm genuinely curious why not. You've covered the GTA 6 leaks and Capcom leaks. Both were hacked materials. What makes this one different.
This guy's been driving me ape. What? Me? What?
I mean,
Well, you know,
Tom,
I mean, legend.
you know, considering Tom Warren's actual original post, which I absolutely ripped apart in my video, I think he's asking the right questions. Maybe he realized that that tweet was just wrong. I don't know. Maybe he saw how flustered I was. Who knows? But I genuinely believe that, you know, I think Tom is the only one that is asking the right questions here. I think this over here goes way beyond the Xbox tax, Leaf. This goes way beyond the Xbox tax. This is something different. Orc, I know Sony players, fan base did that. Yeah. It really looks like he actually realized that what he said was just way out of line, and you know, he's corrected himself. But what we're seeing here is something completely different. I think this goes way beyond that Xbox tax. What we're seeing here is a unified solidarity of people scared of Sony. They're scared of Sony.
Has it that he's
I don't know why.
kind of an asshole.
Change it. Change it.
And there it is, 2 for 2. Look at that. Why is nobody actually taking accountability for their actual position as a journalist? Why is it that only other people who are going ahead and saying, look, here is some news. We have to provide this news because it is our actual job to do so. We can choose which data we want to show out to the actual audience who sees our actual information. But if we don't do it, someone else will. And it might as well be from someone with some fucking integrity and a backbone, for Christ's sake. Yet here we are, once again, defending a developer and corporation with kid gloves. Why? What did Insomniac do of the fact that you are now trying to defend them? Even though you went ahead and did the exact same thing for GTA 6. Was Rockstar not close enough with you guys as friends? Was Capcom not close enough with you guys either? Are you guys not going to lunch and happy hours together? Is that what's happening? Because this is what people are actually thinking about when you say these kinds of things.
That's exactly what I said in my video, right? Oh, yeah, today in Project Zomboid I had mod which basically makes me pass out. Don't claim it. Don't want to lose their access to review copies? Yeah.
When journalists go through and say, we're not going to cover this one, but we've covered these other ones, or we're going to cover this other one in the future, people are going to think to themselves, hey, the optics here don't make a lot of sense. Why would you not cover the Insomniac one, but you're covering all these other ones in the past and all these other ones in the future? What makes them different? Because we have examples of them all actually being the same. And it's really crazy because video game journalists should not be a middleman between the actual audience and the developers and publishers. In fact, they should be on the side of the actual consumer and the gamer. I know gamer, TM, yeah, whatever. But the thing is this, though. They're not supposed to play nice with developers and or publishers. Game journalists are supposed to do one thing: report on the news and provide actual, truthful, and have integrity when they provide those specific things. Because that way, people can now build trust in those journalists and then move forward from there and know that if a source comes their way, they have an actual idea that it's actually true, and they learn more about the industry, which is honestly a very good thing. But here we are having game journalists completely defend a development studio and corporation. Why? Doesn't that seem odd? Doesn't that seem weird? Doesn't that seem something like strange?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It doesn't really add up. The amount of protection that they're giving Sony is insane. It's almost like the FTC trial all over again. By the way, Leaf Storm, if you're not feeling well, please do drop the stream and go rest, dude. Go get some sleep.
Isn't that weird? Well, let's see what developers have to say, shall we? Brian Kessinger, who works at Respawn, says, I'm exhausted by this industry's posturing for devs and zero peer accountability around leaks. You'll see it all over your feeds today. But don't forget, they'll profit from leaks. There's a difference in reporting the event and detailing the contents of the leak. Do better.
Video game journalism?
Brian, this is really interesting, right? We're talking about ethics in journalism, of all things, in video game journalism. I wonder where that's from. Huh, kind of a bit of a callback. Anyways, what we're talking about here is ethical behavior. You are a developer. You work for a development studio. You should in no way whatsoever be telling a journalist how to do their job. I don't go to your studio and set the cock out of your mouth, do I? Absolutely not. No, in fact, nobody does. But here you are trying to place your values and what you think is important onto journalism and journalists. You are in no place to do that whatsoever, my boy. Just because
agree.
other outlets are now reporting on it like they should be, even in detail, because it's really easy just to go on fucking Reddit and get all the information that way in the first place. It's not a hard thing to do, my guy. It's 2023. We're not back in the old Edge magazine days. Things have changed quite a bit, but you know what hasn't changed? The hubris and the gall that you have in order to try and tell a journalist how to do their fucking job. And you wonder why so many people are actually going around and saying, I don't trust game outlets or game journalists because they don't tell the truth, they don't report the whole truth, or there's too much bias inside of their own actual articles to understand what's really going on. And this is exactly why. There may in fact not be bias, there may be bias, who knows? But the issue is very clear. There is a relationship that is not being disclosed between developers and journalists, and we're seeing it here happen clear as day. You can clearly see which outlets have that relationship and which ones don't have that relationship. It's kind of funny watching that all happen.
Tom Warren doesn't have that relationship, that's for sure.
Kind of funny, huh? But you know what?
I like that.
It doesn't end here. Patrick Wren, who also works at Respawn Entertainment, says, shame on @IGN, @Kotaku, and @Polygon today. Your clicks aren't worth people's livelihoods. He then continues saying, now that I have cooled down, I'm going to still criticize how this information is being reported. But distilling it down to clicks is not truthful. Journalists have a hard job and have to balance a lot. I will say I am pissed at the hackers and still pissed at some headlines.
Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch.
Patrick, my boy, the only thing full of shame around here is in fact you. Again, another one trying to tell a journalist how to do their job. How do you think they make money, my boy? By reporting the actual news. Imagine having a news outlet that focuses on video games, and one of the biggest leaks in actual gaming history this year happens, and you're going to sit here and try to actually shame those journalists for reporting the actual news, when anybody and their mother could have gone on Twitter and not need a single video game journalist to actually see all the information. They can just type Insomniac into search because their buddy retweeted the entire thing and know everything that's going on. In fact, this is the best way to actually do it, because now a journalist can sit through all that information, provide the proper information and details, and then distill it down to what is actually necessary for that person to understand and read. That's their job. It's their ethical responsibility to do so. Just because there is a sensational headline doesn't mean it's the wrong thing, or that you have the actual moral authority to tell someone how to do their job in a place that has no ethical backbone where you are in fact located, good sir. Because again, you are a video game developer telling a journalist what to do. These two things, this combination should not be happening. You should be saying, yeah, you know what? It sucks. The hackers happen. You know what? I wish all the best. I hope the data gets recovered and things get better for Insomniac. That's all you had to say. But instead, you are sitting here on your moral high ground horse, looking down upon everybody else and saying, for shame, IGN, for shame, Kotaku, for shame, Polygon. Look, I have my own qualms with all three of those websites, and they have their qualms with me, and I'm going to be very direct about it. But I applaud those websites for going through and actually providing proper intellectual journalism that is honestly the right thing to do for everybody to really understand what is actually happening in this space. You can then have opinion pieces and saying, hey, this is not a good thing. This impacts people in this negative way. This is how things happen in studios, and you can discuss those later. But you have to be able to provide the news properly for anyone to actually build trust in your website and who you are. It's a difficult game to balance all those things, but you know what? You don't want balance and you don't want integrity. What you want is to have what you think is the right message to be placed out there and how you want things to be controlled. My boy, you're nobody here. Welcome to the internet. Oh, wasn't that?
Man, he roasted that guy. But in a nutshell, what he's saying is absolutely correct. It's pretty much what I said in my video. At the end of the day, these outlets have a job to do, and that is to report on the news. But the ones, and you know, I put a tweet out saying the one thing that this Insomniac hack has actually, revealed is who are the PlayStation shills. Because only the Sony shills are not reporting on this. Those that have, a stake in Sony or a benefit with Sony, friends with benefits kind of thing, They're the ones that aren't reporting. But the ones that are asking the questions are pretty independent.
Not a fun ride into me getting blocked by everybody in the industry. Jeez, I'm going to have some tough conversations later on this weekend. Anyways, though, besides all that happening, let's go down to our classic, because PlayStation fanboys somehow think that their favorite game development studio getting hacked is a W? Wow. Droid Creative Business Unit 3 says, by the way, add that on the counter, boys, the next game that gets leaked for Xbox, I will absolutely no remorse leak it, since I see Xbox having no problem with this Insomniac leaks.
Everything for Starfield was being leaked. People were posting it everywhere.
I didn't share anything for Starfield when that leaked. Hellblade 2 or any other won't have that luck.
I feel kind of funny. Like, haha, funny.
Droid, I gotta ask you this directly, right? Who the fuck are you? You're a nobody. You're a clown on Twitter that gets made fun of every single week in this content. And you think you're gonna somehow like,
oh, you know what? Now, I'm gonna take this seriously. When Xbox gets a leak, I'm gonna tweet it.
Fucking okay. Nobody gives a fuck. Do you know?
Exactly. I mean, do you know what Droid just basically did right now? Do you know what Droid just did? He basically sent an open invitation to everyone watching this video. Please block me. That is literally what Droid just did. He sent an open invitation to everyone watching this video, or everyone that saw his tweet. Please block me. Remember to drop a like, guys. That would be awesome. 14 times. Even when Dreamcast guy reports on the £100 Sony price up, you know kind of funny messed up. Yep. Look, leaks are leaks. At the end of the day, it happens. Shit happens. Get better security. Find better systems. And from what I've heard, personal details weren't leaked out anyway, so it is what it is.
You know why? Because it's going to get retweeted by accounts far larger than yours, with far greater reach than yours, and have way more people looking at it. So you making one stupid fucking retweet and talking about like, oh, I'm ruining this game for Xbox, they'll just block you.
There you go, right? Right there. Right there.
Because you're a fucking straight up. That's what it is. This is actual behavior. That's what we're seeing right now, folks. Straight up. That's what it is. There is nothing else about this that doesn't scream. But hey, here we are in 2023 where everybody thinks they got main character syndrome. But if you want to talk about main characters and even Elder Scrolls games, we got some boys packing on that skooma pack. River Foster says, I'd rather smoke than play Xbox. Oh, wait, I already do smoke. Still better than playing on an Xbox, though.
I'm on crack, and even I think that's whack. Anyways, empty your pockets. Right now, everything. Yeah, I'm serious.
No, there's no shot on this earth that somebody literally admitted to smoking as a flex and sitting there having their teeth decay out of their mouth, having their face literally melt like an Indiana Jones and saying to themselves, I'd rather do this than play on a console. How far gone do you have to be for this to actually be true? And the fact that he then posted the picture of himself with a pipe and a giant cloud. Look, fanboys, PlayStation fanboys of all people. You guys complain every single week. Why do you make fun of me? Why do you always put me in the videos? You never talk about the Xbox fanboys. You always talk about us.
Because we don't talk about something that's stupidly
You're just an Xbox.
bonkers.
You're just a grifter. It's not even anything of that. You've got this clown right here literally smoking and using it as a flex in console wars. Huh? Wait, what is even happening right now? Huh? You're doing it to yourselves. Literally.
It's not wrong.
Y'all need Jesus. 2024 is going to be even wilder. I can feel it. The Xbox Victim Support Group says even hackers don't care to leak Xbox shit.
You getting smart with me, huh? Smart guy? Want a trip down a flight of stairs, huh? Have an accident in your pathetic life? You're pathetic. Say it.
This is, well, it's not shocking to me anymore. I've seen everything for the last 3 years, but this is an actual new low. Imagine the dev studio that is literally carrying PlayStation on their back for the last 3 years. The dev studio that has literally given you the only games that are worth actually owning that console for has been hacked, has had ransomware, has had tons of data, all their information leaked, all their internal plans leaked, a PC version of Wolverine on the internet that is totally playable. And the first thing you have to think of is, boy, Xbox didn't get hacked, so PlayStation better. Bro, what is happening in life right now? Why is this even a thing? What is this, dude? You guys are actual clowns. The whole circus has come into play. Why does this keep happening to you guys? It's not even the fact that you guys do this to yourselves. It's the fact that it is a continuation of behavior that you still have not adjusted or corrected as being adults in life. Boy, I'm so happy that the company I love is getting hacked nonstop all the time, and all that data just gets leaked on the internet. Psh, you know what? Sucks for Xbox because they don't get hacked. Yeah, that's an L for Xbox. They don't have hacks that happen to them where all their data gets leaked. They just put it up themselves. Even then, that's a stupid thing to say. Why on earth would you even say this? It's not a W for PlayStation. That's an L. And for you, too. Everything that you've loved about this company is coming to light. They're going to be third party. Everything you think that you like, everything that you think that's going to happen, they're going to be a third party company.
Me and Tess said the same thing, Rick.
And when it happens, I'm going to be there.
We said that Rockstar should hire him.
So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, once again with the clowns of the internet. First, we've had journalists and game developers acting like actual fucking morons. And now we got PlayStation fanboys, of course, doing it again to bring in the train on home. Blow up that caboose, baby. Bonk, bonk. But here's the thing. Do not defend a company or corporation, regardless of whether you're a journalist, developer, or you work for them or you don't, or even just a fan of them as a grown fucking adult smoking in your living room because you don't want to play on an Xbox. Integrity is more important than anything. And if you have the inability to do that, at least be upfront with every one of your relationships inside the industry. So that way everyone knows how to approach your content and have that grain of salt mentality and understand where things are coming from. So they have that perspective of what's going on in your old little noggin. But hey, instead of doing that, let's go ahead and just defend a company and corporation, shall we? Look, it happens every single week and it's never going to stop ending. And hopefully this next week gives me a break because it's been 2023 and the last 52 weeks have been nonstop with you actual fucking clowns. And here we are now with journalists acting the exact same way as fanboys. You love to see it and you hate to see it all at the exact same time. And 2024, I feel, is going to be an insane year for this kind of content because I think it's only going to get worse in this day and age in this space because everybody is getting a little bit more unhinged the more they stay home and sit on their phones instead of actually going outside and touching some fucking grass. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
That's it. That's the video. No. There's a lot of good points there. A lot of good points. Lots of good points. And it is crazy, honestly. It is absolutely crazy. God damn it, Alex. Look at it. They are still talking about Starfield. That profit sheet is terrible, man. Loss of 60%. It's crazy. But the best part is they're comparing an Xbox game to an Xbox game. Like, how much of a tard can you be? Take it easy, Wayne's World. Thanks so much for stopping by and thank you for that super chat. No, it was Boldwolf for the super chat. Thank you, Boldwolf, for the super chat. One of the most... It's ridiculous, man. A playable PC build of Marvel's Wolverine has been leaked online. Insomniac is actively issuing DMCAs to people who download it. How can they find who's downloaded it? This guy is like a super clown. Hey, apparently PlayStation had their own awards. Guess who won? Guess which platform won all the game awards? It's a copyright strike. You can get heavy fines over it. They'll talk about Starfield in 2024, 2025, 2020. They'll never get over it. If those Sony ponies actually meet family, how much? Sony fans have gone overboard with this. They do feel like they've been personally assaulted. Wait, how can you copyright strike them if they have a VPN or hide it? There you go. Leafstorm has already got onto it. If you're using a VPN, they can't do jack shit. Right? Insomniac directly addressed the 1.6 terabyte leak with a post of emotion and perseverance. Arcane still ain't said a thing about that Redfall snake oil. Arcane did. They promised to fix it, and they have fixed it. Or they're on the verge of fixing it. But Pornhub is still there. They're not. Xbox doesn't need to be that sad to reward themselves. At the Golden Joystick Awards, Starfield won Best Xbox Game. That's good enough. Destin, just stop. I mean, Nicola thinks he knows more than all Sony advisors, clearly. According to an inside source, PlayStation tried to pay $2 million demanded by hackers, but the hackers refused the payment plan. The hacker said they're not Bungie. They aren't doing a layaway. He would be good as Judge Dredd. But this is what I was saying, like, you know, Grounded is a great live service game. Sustainable. I never even interacted with this person, JTech TV, and I'm blocked. Mate, that happens all the time to me. I get so many people that block me without even talking to me at all. I'll take that as a thing. As a badge of honor. What's the date? So we're now on the 23rd on Saturday. 24th is a Sunday. The 25th is Monday. So Saturday, I'm probably not going to be doing much. Sunday, I might have a short stream just before Christmas, on Christmas Eve. I don't know. It really depends what I'm doing. But I might try and squeeze in one more stream before then if there's anything important that comes up. Just so I, you know, for a short 1 hour stream or something. But we'll see. If there's anything that actually comes up, we'll definitely we'll try and do one more. But in the event that there is nothing else, why ain't this all over the timeline when they're crying about Shark Week they didn't buy? Sony says it reached a new challenge because no one cares. This is something that Sony should have done day one. Not now, you fucking idiot. You don't praise someone for screwing up and then going back and then realizing they screwed up and fixing it. It's like, come on. Have some common sense. That guy is literally an idiot. PC build for Spider-Man 2 has been found in the leaks. It is, however, missing asset files and not yet playable. Oh shit, Spider-Man 2 confirmed PC. Who do you think John Jones Jameson should become Marvel owned? Maybe. You'll be cooking Christmas Eve? Yeah, I just realized Christmas Eve is going to be a bad day for everyone. Might try and make it if there's anything tomorrow, I might try and make it tomorrow. The Lenovo Legion go. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything else anymore. So I think that's a good place to call it. I might actually get a chance to do my Hellblade 2 video tomorrow, finally, that I've been wanting to do. Man, look at that. Crossing of the Unity. Over 5 million players. What's Dreamcast guy's Twitter? I can't find him. He's still banned. He's still shadow banned. But it should just be a Dreamcast guy. Let me see. That should be it. That should be it. But as you can see, it's that Dreamcast guy. But you can't actually search for him. He's been search banned. Oh yeah. Gotta love a bit of Anthem. Gotta love a bit of Anthem. We're thrilled to see Bethesda and Arcane Leon, the studio behind Dishonored and Deathloop, work with Marvel Games to bring you Marvel's Blade, a new single-player third-person action-adventure game set in the heart of Paris. How does that tell you the irrelevancy of Blade? Oh, because... Oh, I get it. Because PlayStation fans have no games, so they have to live on Twitter. Whereas Xbox fans have games, so they're actually spending more time playing games and not living on Twitter to drop them likes. I get it. I get it. I get it. I totally get it. Oh God, Mighty Keith, he keeps getting just embarrassed at this point. People going after post up. That's actually a nice box for Sea of Stars. Really nice box. I actually want one. Well, that seems... Damn. Well, well, well. The dev behind PSVR 2's Firewall Ultra blames the lack of virtual reality support for closure. Sony just didn't support VR. It's what we've always agreed, right? So what we always thought, that there is going to be no support for PSVR. And there you have it. There you have it. I do need to get back into Halo. I played Zomboid. You know what? I'm going to go pick up Zomboid. You keep mentioning it, and now I'm intrigued, and I want to play it on my Steam Deck. Or at least, at the very least, EA should have gotten BioWare the Iron Man license. They should. They should. Did you play Chained Echoes or Cassette Beasts? I started Chained Echoes. I need to finish it. But it is something I need to continue playing. The Chaos Lounge, I played it on Game Pass on my Xbox Series. It's a fun game. Awesome. Hellblade 2, the visual inspiration for anything Insomniac wants to do now. It is. You know what? What I'm going to do today is I'm actually going to buy Lethal Company. If any of you want to... What I'm going to try and do tomorrow evening is do a short stream. Don't know if it's going to be here or over at Twitch, or it might be at both. But I'm going to try and, if enough people are interested, we can do like a community night tomorrow before Christmas Eve, because I know Christmas Eve everyone's going to be busy. So if anything, I'm just going to queue up a video or so if I can for that day. But if I can make time tomorrow to jump online, maybe we can play something like Lethal Company or something community-based. Otherwise, feel free to drop by my Discord and let me know what ideas you have for some video games. Because, yeah, 25th I'm going to be missing all day. 24th is touch and go, depending on what's going on. 26th is Boxing Day for us in the UK. So we're probably going to be recovering from Christmas Day. So it won't be till the 27th before I'm back up and doing anything again. And the 27th falls on a Wednesday. So we'll see. Forza Horizon. Maybe. The VR headset is actually really good. It's just, it's so expensive. It's so expensive. I liked being able to tell my Xbox One to turn off or pause video while I was in the... If Sony was really smart, they would get the PSVR 2 working on PC. I've said that for a long time, Nate. If they actually got that working on PSVR, on PC, it would sell so many more. The tech on there is really good. But it's just a shame that they won't do it. I'm generally in the general section, but if you want, I'll create a separate channel for game suggestions for tomorrow, and we can look into it, and I'll just see what's on there. Let me see, where's my Discord? Let me do that now. What did he do? What's this? What's that for? Ah. I guess I didn't notice that. Okay, that's fair. I didn't notice that. The worst reviewed games of 2023. We can leave that for tomorrow, maybe. Let me look at my channel. I'm gonna put it here under announcements. Game for Saturday. suggestions. It's going to be a short stream, not a long one, mind you. Because the 24th is probably going to be a little hectic with the family. So it'll only be for about a couple of hours, but we'll see what we can do. Might even start a little early. All right, that section is now up under announcements. So at the very bottom of announcements, you'll see it. Well, lots of people tagging me that I didn't see. Mythbusters. Sheesh. Lots of things. Forza. You know I suck at racing games, right, Enemy? But it's in the list. I'll keep it in mind. But folks, that's going to be it for me for tonight. It is rather late. It is 1 a.m. now. Thank you so much to all that turned up. I appreciate it. It's very much appreciated. And I will see you all hopefully tomorrow if I can get online. Otherwise, if I don't, I am here wishing you all a very happy Merry Christmas, and I hope you have a wonderful day. But I will try and get online tomorrow. But yeah, if I don't, have an awesome day, everyone. Enjoy your gifts with your families, friends. Enjoy the food. And I hope you have, seriously, an amazing day on the 25th. And your recovery on the actual 26th goes well. Right, folks, that's it for me. Have a good one. Stay safe, stay warm, and remain legend. Do, 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 do.